Brad Allen, and then I will be busy assigning people to breakout rooms. Shannon, if you want to spotlight Brad.
Yep, I'm gonna play our video, and then Brad will take it away. Well, actually, this doesn't want to play for me right now. So, Brad, why don't you say a little welcome while I figure this out. There we go. It's playing now. Come on. There we go. Come on, dear Larry. Okay. Well, we're nothing if not flexible. We're going to mix it up a little bit. And if you haven't seen this or you haven't seen it in a while, it is worth seeing again. So I'm going to share this screen. There we go. All right, I'm going to pause.
It's a little spooky without sound.
Don't go changing. You mean everything to me. And hope you shine a light that covers me. My love for you grows stronger when we are apart. My love for you grows stronger when we are apart. So set me apart. We can build our own family. One day we will, but for now wait. So I'll share your time for a time as you travel the seas, as you travel. And it's hard, I know it don't feel right when we are apart, but we'll grow taller together. I'll be known by the strength of your heart. For my love for you grows stronger when we are apart. My love for you grows stronger when we are apart. sets me apart. I've been waiting on this side. I miss you. I miss you. I've been waiting all this time. I kiss you forever ago.
Can't hear you, Doug.
No, it's
was
Brad's
a-
turn.
Yes, that's right. Brad is going to introduce the day.
All right, everybody hear me okay? I want to thank you all so much for being here. We wanted to start with that video. We thought it really kind of encapsulated the moment that we're in and hopefully coming out of, to set the stage for a day really of some dreaming. So I went a little off script there. Let me read my script. I actually wrote one. This might be shocking to you. So hi, everyone. I'm Brad Allen. I'm the director of Lawrence Public Library. I'm so happy and so grateful to be here with all of you today. I especially want to thank the folks who are joining our staff here today from outside of the library to dream and design the future of our library. We're really thankful for you spending a whole day with us. I know it's a lot to ask, but this is a really important day and we're really happy you're here with our staff. And to everyone here, I recognize that a full day in the land of Zoom is a lot. So thank you in advance for your time and your perseverance. I believe this time will be really well spent and it'll help chart a great path forward to our library. A little bit more thanks. I want to thank our intrepid planning committee. We started our journey to make this event happen in October of 2019. Our original team members were Molly Washatka, who was at the library, left, and now is back in this time. Jim Barnes, Erica Seagraves, Karen Allen, Ransom Jabara, Sarah Goodwin-Thiel, Carrie Cornelius, Leah Newton joined us later too. I think Frankie jumped in there for a little bit. I'm just grateful to everyone for your help planning this day. And so now today we want to start off with a song, and who you're going to hear is Steve Larrabee. He is a Lakota hand drum singer and a Haskell ambassador, and he graciously agreed to sing an opening prayer to guide and inspire the work ahead of us today. So I want you to please enjoy Steve's opening prayer, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Oh
Okay, Brad, I will spotlight you.
Thank you. The world on Zoom, one of the things that is not the best is audio quality. Anybody who was here yesterday, oh, Heather, he was speaking Lakota, singing Lakota. Anybody who was here in the space yesterday, it was truly incredible. I wish we could have all been together with Steve to hear his song. It just reverberated through the library in an incredible way yesterday when he recorded this. Wow. Steve is quite a guy. I did ask him, I do not know the Lakota language. So I asked Steve if he could tell me a little bit about the words of the song. And I wish we would have recorded what he said, because what he told me, I will not be able to tell you as well, repeating it to you. But the gist is that it starts with the creation of man and woman, and then moves to the creation of objects that convey thought and ideas. Like he mentioned, like the books that surround us in a library, and these things that surround us, they give us wisdom and ability to create and imagine our world. So he wanted to just open our space and give us a blessing for this space to be a good place where we can do our work. And I can't really think of a better way to get started. I'm so thankful to Steve, and I want to give a shout out to Joel Bonner, who videoed and audio recorded it so well yesterday. Thank you, Joel. And thank you to Carrie for helping set up us meeting Steve. Wow. So the one last and really important thing that I want to say before we begin this day, where we're here to imagine our best future, I want to take a moment and acknowledge a crucial part of our past. And it's important to remember that the land upon which this city's library stands is the ancestral land of several tribal nations. They include the Kaw, Osage, and Kickapoo and Sioux. Additionally, Lawrence is special in that it's home to the Haskell Indian Nations University. Haskell students come to Lawrence from all over our country, ranging from the Inupiat cultures of the northernmost point of the United States to the Seminoles of Southern Florida and the Kumeyaay of Southern California. These folks make their cultural impact on our community, and it's important to recognize and acknowledge that. Lawrence Public Library also acknowledges the painful history of genocide and the forced removal from this territory. We want to honor and respect the many diverse Indigenous peoples still connected to this land. Again, thank you to Carrie Cornelius, the librarian at Haskell and a member of our planning committee, for your guidance helping me draft this acknowledgement and your generosity helping our library build stronger connections to our friends at Haskell. Okay, now the last thing that I'm here to do to kick off the morning is to introduce our facilitator for the day, Shannon Polly. Shannon is, like me, a Topeka, Kansas native, and her first big accomplishment was reading 425 books in the first grade, thanks to the Topeka Public Library. it's a bit of a head start on me. I did not accomplish that feat in first grade. And thanks to librarian and mentor Mike Prince, whom the Prince Award is named after for young adult literature, Shannon visited Washington, D.C. at 16 and performed at the American Library Association convention as Ida and Mamie Eisenhower. One thing I think is really unique about Shannon is she is one of the first 100 people in the world to get her degree in positive psychology. It's a master's in positive psychology, and has been fortunate enough to share these concepts with a range of people, from sergeants in the Army to executives at Google and far-flung places like Haiti and Bangladesh. She is grateful for her work ethic of the Midwest and tries to bring baked goods wherever she goes. Another thing we're lacking here in the Zoom environment. But now I want to hand it over to Shannon.
Thank you so much, Brad. I'm really excited to be here. And I have to say that you and the library have shown a lot of grit, and so has the committee that I want to give another shout out to for our year and a half of planning today. So thank you all for being here. I promise that this portion, the beginning portion, will be the most talking from me that you will hear today. Most of today is going to be you guys talking about the strengths of the library, the best parts of it. What do you want to create? The vision of the future. We are going to have you guys in breakouts. And when you're in breakouts, you can take your computer and you can sit in a comfy chair. You don't have to be stuck behind a Zoom all day today. So I just want to let you know that. But our objectives are that we want to source all of the collective strengths, the stories of the library's strengths. But my secret objective is that I want you to help increase your own well-being by talking about your strengths, which is why I had you take the strengths assessment before we started. So that when you tell stories about strengths, you can start using some of that language. And I'll talk a little bit about the research behind that in a minute. We're then going to take what have we already done well. You're a really high-performing organization, and how can we project those into the future? What do you want to create? And then finally, it's going to get down to designing. How do we want to make this happen? So you guys on this call are going to be part of making it happen. Now, I would say that normally organizations do, let's do a visioning with like 5 people from a strategic planning committee and someone from the board, and then they roll it out to you and they say, okay, this is what we're doing. But Brad and all of you are such high-performing leaders in all of your roles that his vision and the board's vision is to use a different process. And I'm going to explain this process a little bit. If you didn't receive a request to do a strengths assessment, don't worry about it. I will post in the chat panel the link to the strengths assessment. It was really just for your own benefit. The research on strengths show that people who use their strengths in new ways for 1 week were happier up to 6 months later. So my secret mission in life, obviously we're doing a visioning session, but I also want to make people happier, and especially people from Kansas, my home state. So what are we going to do today? How is this going to work? Well, first I want to give you a little bit of background on what is this thing called appreciative inquiry, and that's for 2 reasons. One, I want you to know what is this thing we're doing today, but as a second reason, you might want to use this tool. You might want to use this tool. I use it in coaching. You might want to use it with your family, with your organization, if you're external to the library. So I wanted to give you that as a tool. So first, we're going to have you in pairs. You're going to be in pairs in breakout rooms, and I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do. And we will get the agenda. Well, we could give you the agenda in chat in just a minute. I promise. Doug is arranging the breakout rooms, and then I'll give you the agenda. Then your pairs, we're going to have 4 pairs combine into 8 in a breakout room. And you're going to introduce your partner. And I'm going to say if Erica was my partner, I'd say, well, Erica's high point moment at the library was blank. Then as a table, you're going to, as a group, you would have been a table if we were in person, but as a group, you're going to talk about what are the themes of the stories that we heard. And then one of you from your group is going to report back, as many as we have time for, on what are the high point stories and the themes that we heard, the best parts of the library. we'll take a break this morning. Then we're going to vision the future. First, you're going to do some work as a solo person, solo practitioner, and then as a group. And then actually probably after Dream, we'll have lunch. And thank you to the library for providing lunch. Instead of a big tray of food, you can order it on your own. So that was very kind. Then when we come back from lunch, we're going to do the design phase, and you're going to choose your own groups, what areas you're most excited about. We're going to have you vote with your feet. And then we're going to talk about how do we make this all happen. So the goal is for today, there are some ways that we can work together. There are going to be times where we definitely want to hear from you. But we want to limit the amount of time because there's a lot of us. So we're going to have, designated people to talk, but we do want to hear from you, and we certainly want to hear from you in the chat. There are going to be moments where you're like, no, I really have something to say. And each person might have that moment. But one of the best practices is just be mindful of time, be as present as you possibly can. I know it's a lot of time we're asking. It is a specific process, so roll with us. Trust the process, and if you're working with, you're talking to a partner in a breakout room, I would just, go with curiosity, go with questions. So let me give you a little bit of intro to what this thing is. Albert Einstein said, "No problem can be solved from the level of consciousness that created it. We must learn to see the world anew." Now, the Lawrence Public Library is not a problem to be solved, but visioning the future, sometimes people can see it as a problem. But we're going to take a different tack. So appreciative inquiry, I have to start with a definition. To appreciate means to find the good in, to recognize the value of, but it also means to raise in value. So what we appreciate appreciates. And inquiry is about how do we gather information. It's really about the questions we ask. So that's why the questions we ask are so crucial. And that's what our framing of today is. So it's different from other approaches because most approaches are deficit-based. What's the problem? What's the root cause analysis? How do we brainstorm solutions? And how do we develop an action plan? And we could have done that with the pandemic, right? Okay, we have a problem. We have to find a way how are we going to reopen the library? How are we going to have masks and distancing, right? And that's a common way to do things. But for visioning, we want to look at what's already working well. What's the best of what's working well? Then imagining, based on what we already do well, what else is possible? Then coming back from the pie in the sky or vision, dreaming, how do we design what we really want to have happen? And then the delivery. Now, to be honest, this kind of process usually takes about 3 days, and we're doing it in a day. So the deliver phase is probably going to happen in follow-up meetings with the library, just so that you're not disappointed. But instead of a problem metaphor of like, what should we fix? That this organization is something like a machine. It's really a mystery metaphor that all over 100 people are committing their time today to envision the future of the library. And you all have individual strengths and the library has collective strengths. And we're going to combine all of those together to vision the future. This has been used all over the world, from the World Business Leaders Summit with Kofi Annan to the Dalai Lama. I was a part of one, this little green and blue thing in the middle. It was a sustainability summit for Cleveland. There were 800 people in a ballroom for 3 days. We had Van Jones come and talk. We had Peter Senge. And out of that summit, Cleveland has taken a whole new level of sustainability and implemented it in their entire city. So the way it works is this. I've hinted at the structure, but first we start with a topic. I'll share with you. It's in the agenda, but I'll share with you today. One is, what gives life to an organization? Like, what makes the Lawrence Public Library so special? And that builds on the successes of the past. Then the dreaming is imagining, envisioning the future, your image of the future. Then it's designing based on what might be. Let's design what you want to create. And that's what we're going to do this afternoon. And then follow on work from today, because you all have committed so much time and we want to make sure that all of your dreams and visions, you know, as much as possible that we can implement, we do. We're going to focus on how to take personal responsibility to make some of these things happen. So the reason why we want to focus on strengths, and the reason why I had you take a strengths survey, is because you get the best learning out of using your strengths. So it improves performance by up to 37%, and focusing on your weaknesses can reduce performance by 28%. So we're much more motivated when we focus on what we do well, and it helps you feel more optimistic, more courageous. Now, the Dear Larry video is definitely a tearjerker, but it also is really inspiring of how, as a community, you've come together. And, you know, being from Topeka, Lawrence was always the cool city. And I think that you have this ethos as a city and as a library that where you already leverage your uniqueness and your strengths. So these are some of the character strengths that I was talking about. And I'm going to change the URL. It's actually, don't take it now. It takes about 15 minutes. I don't want you to miss out on the good part of today. But these are the 24 strengths. They are ubiquitous across all cultures. They've been tested with the Inuit in Iceland and the Maasai in Africa. And each of you has a unique set of strengths. And the top 5, 6, 7 are considered your signature strengths. So as you're talking about the strengths of the library and your high point moments of the library, I just want you to think about maybe using some of these words as a framework. Any words you use are fine, but just want you to get the benefit of using this as a framework. So this is our topic. We had a different topic a year ago before the world transformed. And this is the topic of today, which is Imagine 2024. We are pitching ourselves 3 years into the future, from pandemic to possibility, unifying around a renewed mission. So I want to tell a funny story, which is that British Airways was doing a summit, and they were asked to come with an appreciative topic. And they first came with reducing excessive bag loss. So it's okay to lose the bags, just don't lose as many of the bags. Not really an appreciative topic. So they said, go away, come back with a more appreciative topic. And when they came back with outstanding arrival experience. Now, I would like to have any experience on an airplane right now because it's been so long, but it definitely is more aspirational to think about that as opposed to, well, we didn't lose so many of your bags. So that's why we wanted to focus on, you have already transformed in the last year in the pandemic. How can we focus on what do you want to create in the future and come together to do that? So this is what we're going to do. We are in our first section called Discovery. And the way it's going to work is this. You are going to talk in groups. But first, what I want you to do is I want you to download a document. So in the chat panel, there's a URL. And this is your handy dandy participant guide that is going to guide you through today. Because sometimes when we go into these Zoom rooms, we lose the instructions. So you can do one of two things. If you don't want to download the guide or it's not working for you, you can take a screenshot of the instructions, and that can work, absolutely. But this link should also take you to the guide. So give me a thumbs up when you have, thank you, Erica, a real thumbs up or a animated thumbs up, either one, when you have the guide. Okay. So what's going to happen? Thank you for the thumbs up. Nice. I know some of you are still working on it. That's fine too. I'm gonna share with you the instructions of how it's going to work. So we're on page 4, if you're there. I think it's a Google Doc, so the page numbers might not have passed up. So we're going to put you in breakout rooms of 2. You. Plenty. Did I say that right? Yes? Thank you so much for the link. So we're going to put you in breakout rooms of 2, and you're going to follow these instructions. You're going to talk to your partner and recall a peak high point when you felt the most engaged, most valued, most effective, or extremely passionate about being connected to or working with the Lawrence Public Library. I want you to share that story in detail. What made it meaningful? Now, the second question is about continuity. Things are changing constantly. Things are going to change as we come out of this pandemic. What do you want to keep as we move into the future? What is the most important thing that you want to make sure the Lawrence Public Library doesn't lose? And the third question is, tell a story about your best experience of working with a group of library employees to achieve something or of overcoming a challenge at the library. What helped to go well? What did you do that helped to go well? And what good things are still happening as a result? What did you learn from it? So if Nancy and I are partners, I would take a few minutes in my breakout, a minute to jot down some notes answering these questions. And then when Nancy's talking, on the right side of the page, I'm going to take notes about what Nancy is saying. Because when we get into the group of 8, I am going to introduce Nancy. So this is kicking in your active listening skills. And I'm not introducing myself. I'm going to say, well, Nancy's high point moment of working at the library was blank. So you're going to notes for yourself on the left, notes for your partner on the right. And then you're going to switch. And then I'm going to tell Nancy my story, and she's going to take notes about me on her right-hand side of the page. Okay? So we're going to give you 20 minutes in the breakouts to do this. And if for some reason the Zoom ether zips you into a breakout and you get bumped out, you can raise a hand. If you have a question, we can come to the breakout and help you, or Doug will help you figure out the tech. And then we'll be back in 20 minutes. So I have 10:40 my time, 9:40 your time. So we will be back exactly at 10 a.m. Central. Questions, comments, musings before we zip you away into your breakout rooms? Okay. Doug, are you ready?
I am incredibly ready. All right, thank you, Shannon. I'm about to open breakout rooms. The first person to speak will be whomever has the first name that is alphabetically at the end of the alphabet. If your name is Zeb or Yolanda, please think fast. Any questions before I send you away? Right.
There
Off
might
you
be
go.
some moving things around, but we will get to you soon.
I think I got paired with you, Jake.
Everyone should be going to rooms, should be working. Is there anyone here who is not in a room besides Mark? Hi, Shannon.
You might consider.
It looks like we have a few people still here. Brady
Yes.
Flannery, Josh Loyles, Mike Reiner, and myself,
Brady-
of course.
Brady hasn't joined, but has been assigned.
Yeah, Brady has been assigned.
Okay.
Okay.
C1, E1, and you have not been.
Well, Aaron is Aaron's a host, so he could just pop in and out of whatever room he wants.
Aaron, can you go to A1?
A1. I will try to.
And Mike,
Yep.
Mike hasn't joined yet, so can we send him? Do you see an invite, Mike? For you to join the breakout? Mike, you're on mute if you can. Oh.
Mike Reiner, he should be in I3.
Yes.
We check
So
that.
I'm going to move him, Mike, I'm going to move you to I2 and then move you back to I3. So when you see the invite, will you accept it if you see it on your screen? I don't know if he can hear us. Okay.
I think he left.
Nope, I moved him.
No?
Oh, wait,
great.
no, he's here. So Mike, you should see an invite at the bottom of your screen.
I actually set it so that they're moved automatically, so I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
Oh, okay. So
I'm going to make Mike can't make him a co-host.
Mike, are you there? Can you hear us? Can you unmute?
I clicked ask him to unmute, but again, that's not quite working. There's something up.
Okay. I'm going to move John to a different room so that he has someone to talk to.
Okay, great.
Okay. Mike, are you there? Can we unmute? Can we?
I requested a ask to unmute and it just doesn't click for him.
Strange.
I just sent him a message.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think he might not be hearing us because. Okay. Okay, so Brady Flannery did show up. That means there's 3 in A1, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But
You've got no E1 or E2, so your 8-person is 4.
Yep.
Cluster.
No, this will be fine because I'll just take them and put them into other groups of 8.
Okay, I was going to say you could take 2 out of D and put them in D.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you.
hey, Mike, can you hear us? Mike, can you hear me?
Can you hear me with you?
Don't
So I'll
think
give
so.
a 10-minute warning at their 9:50, our 10:50.
Yes, sir.
You got a
So
problem.
I tell them to that it's about time for them to switch, and I'm going to join. I'm going to join one of the groups of 3 just to tell them to move a little quicker.
You got it.
Hello.
Hi, Shannon. How are you?
I'm good.
It sounds wonderful, and I'm so glad that like now I'll really be able to like tune in and enjoy you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I've got a there was some last minute of like, okay, there's only one person there. Vroom, 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 vroom.
Perfect. Yeah, you did great.
Thank you so
And
much.
yeah, I started to like try to help you out, and then I was like, no, he's got it. He's got it.
Yep. I had my husband over there with the laptop and the spreadsheet. I'm like, all right, Max Yoder, E4. Thank you.
That's awesome. Bless him. And
Um,
Mark, it looks amazing. I love the visual of the library itself. It looks so good.
You look amazing, Mark.
I decided to wait to introduce you until after this section to give Doug some more time to move them into groups of 8. So don't think I forgot about you.
Always loved you.
Yeah, that's fine. Whenever you guys are ready, my job is all improv anyway, so
I know.
I'm used
Me
to
too
it.
today.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. I wish we could speak to Mike. I'm not sure Mike can hear us at all. Mike, what's your high point moment, Mike? What are the letters of the groups we have, Doug? Can you remind me again? Because I know that some groups we don't. I don't know if they're going to know what groups. Well, they'll know what table group.
Well,
is.
I'm going to put them in, and then they'll just be in the table.
Okay.
I'm actually
No.
working on that right now because like we have no E1 or E2, just the way that it worked out. So I'm
Okay.
taking E3, putting them in with C like that because there's no C1.
Okay. So
That's the math I'm doing right now.
Okay. F, because I just want to get the letters of the tables. G, H, I.
So it's going to be A1, A2, A3, A4.
Uh-huh.
Actually,
Just
let
give
me
me the letters. Just give me the letters.
A through N.
But we're not doing E, right? Because you're moving them to C.
Yeah. Let me send them a real quick message, and then we'll.
Sure. No problem.
Okay, so going with. All right, so there's A, B, C. D is good. There is no E. E4 is going to be put with someone else. F is good. G
Okay.
is good.
Okay.
H is good.
Why did all of this?
I.
this
Okay,
go-
so I will have E4. Oh, J1 has 3 people in it. So there will be a J table. They'll just be missing one person.
Okay.
K is good. L is good. M is good. And N will have 6.
Okay.
Ta-da!
I got a question.
Yes.
Can somebody spell Brad's last name for me?
Allen.
R.
Oh, that's it.
Safadi just
Wonderful.
entered the waiting room. Who's that?
I don't know. Buddy.
Wonderful. Okay.
Hi there. Do we have that person on a list?
Hello, R. Safadi. No, actually.
Oh, okay. Hello. Can you give us your full name so that we can route you? Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, my name is Rami Safadi.
Hi, Rami. Nice to
Hi.
meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So we have people are in breakout rooms right now, but and I see that there are. Oh, okay. What they're doing is they're talking about a high point moment of being involved with the library. Now, Mike is also in the main room. It would be a great opportunity for you guys to talk to each other. However, Mike is having some sound issues. So I don't know if he can hear us. But Rami, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put you in a room so you can chat with somebody, if that's okay.
Yep.
And see what they're talking about so that we can then keep it going. Doug.
And Rami, I'm just going to ask a silly question. You know what event you're here for, correct?
Yeah, a library visioning event.
Excellent. Thank you.
So, Doug, what letter do you want me to send him to?
Send him to, there's a group of 3. Mike is right there.
No, I know. Mike can't hear us.
I'm going to put you into J2.
Sounds good.
Oh, wait a minute. Once breakout rooms are open, Shannon, we can't put someone in.
Really?
Yeah, you can't just add
okay.
someone.
So, all right. So we'll chat. So Rami, tell me a little. Yeah, tell me a little bit about your what's your connection to the library?
I've lived in this city my whole life.
Nice.
You know where the library is, and I've been to the library many times when I was a kid.
Uh-huh.
And started volunteering there in like 2018, and then I started working there shortly after, like maybe 2 months after I started volunteering, and I've been there since.
Awesome. Very cool.
Mhm.
So, Doug, can you repost the link for the participant guide so Rami can have it?
Absolutely.
So let me ask you this. What's a moment in working at the library? I'm a Topeka native, just so you know, I live in DC now, but Kansas girl. When did you feel like most engaged or excited about working at the library?
That's a good question. Well, I'm just always
there you
excited.
go, Rami. It's right there for you.
Oh, thank you.
That'll tell you what we're doing and where we're going.
All right. Let me just open this real quick.
Sure.
And Shannon, being that group N only has 6 people, I'll add Rami to that group when we go to 8.
Perfect. Perfect.
You're perfect.
You're perfect.
All right. So, what was the question again?
What's the moment when you felt the most like engaged or excited about working at the library?
Oh, I just love working there. It's just great all the time. I can't really think of a specific moment where I felt really like, it's just, I'm always really glad to be there. It's the best job I've had, compared to like the ones I've had before it. It's way better than all of those other ones.
Why is it the best job you've had?
It's the least stressful, and it just is much more like a comforting presence, and I enjoy the environment. It's just more academic and stuff, because before that I was working with food, and I just didn't like that.
Yeah. No, I love what you said about the presence. So
yeah,
Doug, you may never get to see it, but the space is absolutely gorgeous. Like the designer that they used to renovate the library was amazing.
It's really comforting. Yeah.
Yeah, you walk in this space and it's just so beautiful. It's like the best of architecture that makes you feel, just like Rami said, you feel comforted. You feel like you have, room to learn things. Yeah. So Yeah. Well, I love that.
It's
I love that.
beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's such a gorgeous space. What do you want? So obviously things have changed at the library since the pandemic, and things will probably continue to change. What do you want to make sure it stays the same about the library?
I want to make sure that, that we always have the, like the right, we're always serving people and that there's no like shortcomings. I don't want to make sure that I don't want to have like, like someone not be able to, get what they want from the library just because it's a pandemic. So, I mean, it's just
Yeah.
such a good thing to have. And like some people don't realize how good it is. It's a place where, people of all different, backgrounds and sort of like classes can actually be at the same place. Like you don't see people who are super wealthy and people who are not super wealthy in the same areas anywhere except really the library. That's really the only place where the whole community, the whole city can go to and can just rent anything that they need. And it's really a good thing in my opinion. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's so true. That's really, really well said. It is rare to have that place. So Mike, you did unmute. Mike unmuted and then went back on mute. Maybe he's just resisting. I see some people coming back
Yep, the
to,
breakout room will close in 10 seconds. And
Okay.
then also moving people to groups of 8.
not yet.
Oh,
We're
not
gonna-
yet. I'm just setting it up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it yet. We have to meet someone amazing.
I know. All righty. I see people coming back. Really excited. Oh, there you are. So I'm excited to take a pause from your breakout rooms and introduce you to someone you might have noticed on the screen. The library has hired a very special organization called Sea in Colors. And this is Lisa Nelson, the owner of Sea in Colors. And she has sent one of her very best people, Mark Korsak, to do something called graphic recording. So a lot of times you do an event like this, and then you get a really long, boring document that nobody reads afterwards. But what Mark is doing, and this is some of Mark's work, Mark is a beautiful artist, but he also translates what's actually happening in the room to visuals. So I'm going to spotlight Mark right now. No, you are spotlighted.
Great.
So you can just say hello and tell us what you're up to.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Korsak. I am a graphic recorder, as you've heard so far. My role here is to listen intently and capture and visualize everything that you guys are talking about in a fun and colorful way so you can use it as a reference document later and really engage in today. Couple things I'd like to let you all know is you can probably watch my progress as the day progresses by clicking on me somewhere in your little corner there and pinning to me if you want to check in and see what's going on. You guys might also use some acronyms or have some language that's specific to you. What I want you all to know is that, at the end of the day, this document that I'm making is going to be for you guys. So if there's, something I spell wrong or something I didn't capture that you guys feel is really important, let me know. You can put it in the chat. You could tell Shannon, it'll get to me and I'll be able to add it to the final work. I think that's pretty much most of what I got to say. If you've never seen it before, you're in for a treat. It's kind of like having one of those whiteboard explainer videos happen, like right in front of your eyes, about whatever it is that you're talking about. So enjoy the day.
Thank you, Mark. And we're really glad that the board has invested in this for this visioning day to also highlight the fact that you guys are giving so much time to it. We want to make sure that you can capture it and use it in the future. So in a minute, I'm going to send you into breakout rooms of 8. But since you had a question talking about continuity, I wanted to share a video from some of your very own former library staff about what they love about the library and what they hope stays the same.
Lawrence Public Library is really special to me, and my time working there was rewarding. The number one thing I miss about the library are the people there. People are smart, fun, industrious, hardworking, usually a bit quirky, but really genuine and work hard to make things happen and opportunities happen for that community. I think of LPL as a really big little library or a really small big library. It's big in that they provide great service and great things for that community, gold standard. But it's small in that they're nimble. They can take risks and do things, try things, learn from it. The way a big system, it would be much more difficult to implement. So I love LPL, and I hope you love LPL too.
Hi, I'm Sherry, and I've been gone from the library for about a year. And the thing that I miss most about working at the library is the people. Both the fabulous, talented, creative, committed, hardworking staff that I got to see every single day, and the wonderful public that you get to work with. The range of interests and abilities and backgrounds and stories they have to tell. Those are the two best things about working at the library.
I love that. And I love that Amanda's glasses mirrored the cat's glasses in the picture behind her. I don't know if you noticed that, but that was pretty fabulous. So what we're going to do now, if you look on page 5 of your handy dandy participant guide that you have hopefully downloaded, is that we're going to put you in groups of 6 or 8. And the way it's going to work is this. In a laser-like round robin, you're going to tell the story of your interview with your partner in 1 minute. So I'm going to, if I was telling Rami's story, I might tell Rami's story in 1 minute or less. What is his story about his high point moment and some themes? And I want you to listen to all the stories. I want you to capture ideas. So what you're going to do, you have a job. You're going to pick a roles. You can name the people. Yeah, you can name the people you talk to. Absolutely, because you're going to be in the room with them. Because you're going to be like, I would be in the room with Rami, and I introduce Rami, and Rami introduces me. But what you're going to do is you're going to pick a discussion leader, a timekeeper, a recorder, and a reporter. So the way it works is this. The discussion leader makes sure you're keeping on track and everybody gets to share. The timekeeper is going to keep an eye on the little number in the top corner that tells you how much time you have left. The recorder is taking notes. Now, this is important. We want you to take a note on a piece of paper or on the computer. And at the end of today, we want you to send us all your notes. Because this is, in addition to Mark's beautiful drawings, these are some of the outputs from today that we want to capture. But the reporter is the person who's going to report back from your group. And they have an important job to distill all of those stories into one story and some themes. And to be able to do that in like 2 to 3 minutes. So in a recap, you get in the room, you say, all right, who's going to be discussion leader, timekeeper, recorder, reporter, and then you're going to laser-like around the room of the stories. And then you're going to say, all right, what were the themes? What else? Then you can flesh it out a little bit. So we're going to give you about 15 minutes in the groups to do that. and then we'll bring you back, and then we're going to hear from as many groups as we can. We might not be able to hear from every single group, but we're going to do the best we can. Okay, so questions. If you have some questions are on page 5, you can raise your hand and flag me. Otherwise, Doug, take it away.
Be there in just one moment. Everyone hang tight. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely. Okay. So,
And we are
yes.
ready now.
Great. All right.
All right, friends. Again, the first person to speak will be whomever has the first name that is alphabetically at the end of the alphabet. And off you go.
I'm going to assume that I follow Angela into A1.
Yep. Still looking good. How's it look, Shannon? Anyone not in the room that should be? Angela's iPhone. Hello, Angela's iPhone. So it looks like Angela's iPhone must have signed out and back in.
But Angela is also in room 1, so I think she's signed in twice. There's an Angela.
Oh, good.
L.
Oh, Angela L. Beautiful, beautiful,
I
beautiful.
think that's it. Yeah.
Love it.
All right. A, B, C, D.
All right, I think everyone's got a home. Yay.
Yay. H, I. Brilliant job.
Shannon?
That's amazing. Yes.
Where do I get the handbook at? Sorry, I've been having technical difficulties.
No problem. Doug, can you put that in the chat?
We need the handout. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Troy Garcia, I'm the Youth Services Outreach Assistant.
There we go.
Doug, I got a question for you.
Yes, indeed. And let me look at that text.
Yeah, that's what it is. I want to see if you're getting them.
Ooh, it's so pretty. Yes.
Good.
And now
Excellent.
open up messages.
Excellent. So
so
I'm
that I
just
can
going to keep
actually-
doing that. Yeah, I'm just going to keep doing that as I remember to take another shot and send it to you, and then
Yep.
wherever, disperse it wherever you got to go.
And now be a lot more sane.
Right. I tried sending it to Heather. She gave me her number. I tried it. I haven't heard back. I don't know where she is to ask her, or how to ask her if she's getting it. But she hasn't responded to the text. So anyway, whatever. As long as it's
hoping that I
going somewhere
receive your
and somebody's
text
getting it.
on my computer, because if not, I'm not quite sure how to run it. You know, sometimes like the message on the computer is like, sure, and then other times like, no.
Right.
And that's what's happening. Great. All right. So we're working with email here.
What's happening?
No, he sent these gorgeous texts of pictures to my phone, but you know, sometimes someone's number is like, nah, I don't really want to show up on your computer.
Right.
I'll only show up on your phone.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to send them to me, Mark?
I can do that. That's fine.
Actually,
let me try that.
I'll forward it to you right now, Shannon.
Okay.
And then I'll continue. As I shoot them, I'll send them to you, Shannon.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Let me know if you receive them, hon.
Okay.
I mean, Shannon, you excellent professional.
Okay.
You are not hon.
That's okay. So Doug, we might need to give them, I said 15.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to check in with them as we get closer to see how they've done on that timing.
You got it?
Because we have 13 groups. We're not going to be able to hear 30 minutes of all their report outs, but I would like to get to as many as possible. So, yeah.
And
Anyway.
we are keeping these groups through lunch, correct?
Yes, these are going to be the same groups through lunch, so you don't have to move anybody.
There were some people that signed in at the last minute, like just got admitted and didn't have room assignments, and I threw them all into N last minute.
Totally fine. I'm going to move to N so that I can introduce Rami if I need to. I'll be right
Wonderful,
back.
thank you. Mark, you should add to the picture of my husband frantically doing a search through the chart to find out who's B1, who's A1. And then finally he's like, screw it, forget it, throw him in that room. Then they come back on, hello, we're completely calm, ready to help you out.
So, Doug, are you an employee of Shannon's, or have you found this like brand new, like, you know, I've been doing this since COVID started and discovered that you really need, anytime you do this, you need somebody like you that I've been calling the guy in the control tower. And are you Shannon's guy in the control tower? Are you a freelance control tower?
In sharing, this is my first time being the guy in the control tower because I'm a business role player and a standardized patient. And since everything is online, you know what those two are, right?
No.
Business role player. So there's a trainer in and they're training all the leaders like Shannon is right now. Training executives, how to do it. And then
facilitator, I would say a facilitator. Yeah,
facilitator. And then people need to try out those communication. Oh, our messer. We had absolutely no idea, period. And then when they learn certain types of communication, they get to try it out on me. And I respond as a different personality type or having a fierce conversation. So being that's the way the work is going, I can get more of that work by also being a Zoom producer.
Right. That's what you're calling it, a Zoom producer?
Zoom producer.
That's probably that's the first time I've heard somebody call it that. Like I said, I've been saying control tower just because, hey, I mean, everybody's using Zoom, but I equate it to control tower or television producer. Like you're in the production room in the TV studio, you know, switch to camera 2, I need camera 1, roll on B, you know, all that kind of stuff. So those seems to be the most, the closest thing to what it is this brand new role is, right? So if I needed you, would I be able to hire you?
You could absolutely. That's something we can do. There is someone named Robbie Samuels who teaches, and this is because I want what's best for you, called nomoorbadzoom.com, and he like trains people for thousands of dollars to be a Zoom producer. I've been watching all of his free videos.
Great. What'd you say his name was?
You and I can certainly talk about it, and if I'm like, oh yeah, I could definitely help that for you, then awesome. Right.
Well, and I'll say for me, like it's enough for me to just listen really intently and capture and draw. You know, like that's prior to all. I know I need to embrace everything, but if I go too far, I feel like I'm watering stuff down. I'd rather hire somebody to do your role than me having to wear 7 hats in one.
Gather the questions for you, put people in breakout rooms, like all that.
Right. Exactly. Well, this is great. This is good. So we'll. At least I know who you are and where you're at.
Just put my, my website in there for you.
Great. There we go.
There you go.
All right. I'm muting again.
I'll miss you. Shannon, we're about 3 minutes to give them the 5-minute warning.
Great. I think we've got some people who are on the ball. They are ready. They're kicking them in the pants to make them go fast. So I like it.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, and that's because you told them what role they are. That was brilliant.
I mean, I try.
I'm going to
Mark,
grab some delicious hydrogenated oxygen and I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Yes, Shannon.
Love the photos. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad it's working out. So now, what are you doing with them? Are you putting them up? Is there a Instagram or something like that you throw them up on so people can look at it online while they're in their little breakout groups?
You know, I'm going to try. Last night, there were like 5,000 things I was trying to do.
Right.
I'm going to see if I can tag them in an Instagram or a Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm sure
that's
that
probably,
their marketing person wants to do that as well.
I think that's what Heather, I think is the gal. I got her
Heather.
email and
That's
I
right.
tried sending them directly to her, but I haven't, she's not in our little group here, so I can't ask her if she's getting it or not or what.
Okay.
You know,
Actually, I
if
have.
I can send it directly to her, I'd be happy to do that. You know,
No, I've got it.
yeah.
Let me look.
Mark just wanted to check. Period. Are you receiving all of the pictures? Question mark.
Okay.
And
Oh,
Shannon, you know too that, you know, I mean, I'm shooting it with my camera right now, but when this is all over, you know, you'll get much cleaner copies that I've, you know, put through Photoshop, so everything looks
Yeah,
prettier. Yeah.
God,
Yeah,
that's gorgeous,
definitely.
Mark.
I know.
Thank
so
you.
Cool. Okay, what is Lawrence Library? Okay. And when you're tagging on Instagram, do you do a dot or a tag or just?
That's a great question.
She's good with those.
And then at, there we go.
Yeah.
And Mark, does See in Colors have an Instagram?
Seeing Colors does have an Instagram.
Okay. Do you have your own Instagram?
I do.
What's that? Or section?
Mark Horsack. No, it should just be Mark Horsack, I think.
No,
think.
it's actually Corsection is your.
Well, hey, there we go. All right.
Now you know.
So then that's it. Yeah. Now I know.
I've just broadcast 5 minutes remaining to the group.
Wonderful.
I love the.
All right, so Shannon, you want me to send you updates? Send them to you, not Doug or Heather.
Both.
All right. Yeah, I can
Heather
do that.
hasn't responded to me.
Okay.
She's doing her work, so.
Okay. I hope Aaron's able to lay back and enjoy.
Me too. Yeah. So yeah, I'm tagging you in this, which then links to my Twitter as well.
Okay.
All right. Never a dull moment.
Yeah.
My kids were like, "So it's all day?" I was like, "Yes, it's all day."
You're welcome.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, Mark, by the way, Shannon's an amazing singer, but she's not going to do it for you now.
You're very kind.
That's how we met.
Mm-hmm. We did.
Shannon, do you have a forte or favorite song, or what would you sing if it was if you're a karaoke?
Oh, well, those are 3 different questions.
You're right. Yeah.
My karaoke song is "I Will Survive." My forte.
Oh, great.
My favorite role is Mrs. Lovett in Sweeney Todd. It was a movie.
Right,
If you
okay.
remember seeing the one with the,
I did. Yeah.
and yeah, well, what's interesting is that back when I knew Doug, I was a mezzo belter, but now that I've had 2 kids, my voice has totally changed. It's
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I have this like big soprano now. And I'm like, what do I do with that? So we'll see.
Do you perform?
I have done cabaret, DC, but usually I'm traveling all over doing this stuff. Now that I'm local, it's like, in a way,
Right.
it's more because I don't have to travel on either end. So I'm like, I'll do this day and that tomorrow. So,
Gotcha.
but I do like having the musical outlet.
How a change in tack a little bit since you're in DC, I'm in DC too. Have you gotten a vaccine yet? Are you having any luck getting one?
I had one. Yeah.
You did. Okay.
I both signed up.
How'd you do it? You signed up.
Yeah, I signed up on the thing online, and then I also signed my husband and I up through MedStar. And I got that shortly after. So I would go if there's any hospital you've been to, or even if you want to register at MedStar, that might be a way to get one. Or, you know, I picked the vaccine location that was in like Northeast or Southwest.
Right. So you went through the process. You got the email or whatever you're supposed to get.
Right.
That says, all right. Right. Okay. Yeah, I haven't had mine yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. I feel like the last kid picked for kickball. Like everybody I know has gotten the vaccine except for me. You know.
So have you signed up?
And yeah, I did. Yeah, I've twice. You know. You know, I'll try the MedStar one too. And the other thing I keep doing is, you know, I got one friend. He's in California. He managed to get lucky just wandering into a CVS, and he wasn't even trying to get the vaccine.
That's just,
you know,
we
it was
have
one of those
less than a
ones where-
minute and nobody asked any questions in chat really.
Okay, awesome. Thank
That's
you.
good. Yeah.
Who needs them?
So yeah, so my buddy was just going to fill in a prescription or something. They're like, "Hey, we got extra vaccine. Do you want some?" You know.
Amazing.
So yeah. So well, that's
second's a
encouraging me to
Saturday.
kind of walk in and out of different, like Safeway does it here and CVS and stuff like that, just to see, you know,
Like at
when I'm wandering
closing
around.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so I mean, I know I'll get it. You know, I'm chomping at the bit. I want it.
We'll be
you
back
know?
momentarily.
Yeah. All right,
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna
Doug.
mute.
Okay. I love the milk carton. I miss the people. So true. Oh, wait. Keep breakout rooms open. Doug, can we keep them open? I just saw a message.
Too late.
Sorry. Okay. I set the alarm too. Hello. And welcome back. I know that there was a request to keep the breakout rooms open for a little while longer. It's hard. You're like, I want to keep talking. So can we take a nature break? Yes, of course. Break. I like that. Better than a bio break. That sounds too clinical. Let's come back at 11:30. 4 minutes. A whopping 4 minutes. And I'll see you in a bit. I welcome any animal visits that you want to share before we're back. Any cute. I find the
On it.
benefit the benefit of any of Zoom is the animals and the kids. I think mine are more annoying than cute, but
Luckily, my monsters are sleeping.
There's
One of
Gunther. Gunther is behind me on the bed. You can
Here's
see
Chico.
him. He
Oh,
comes
wow.
to every meeting.
Oh, cute. This is
Here's my
Nero.
dachshund with his little wart face.
Doug, you have a bird?
Yeah, this is Chico.
Hi, Chico.
We have two.
Wow.
Lily's running around, but she's not barking yet.
Okay. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I don't have any animals, but I got a teddy bear.
Yes, Josh.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, there we go.
That
Where's
teddy
your-
bear has seen some love.
Josh, where's your dinosaur? I used to have a dinosaur.
That's at the office. I'm at home.
Oh.
At home, I got teddy bears.
I thought maybe he
I'm at
traveled with.
home. I'm in my element at home. I got to be tough at work, but this is me at the house.
Thank
Beautiful.
Thank you, Senti, for the reminder about putting the pronouns in your display name. So some of you put them in the chat, but not on your display. So if you click on the top right corner of your picture, there are 3 little dots, and you can change your name to include your pronouns. And I did not know it was Trans Day of Visibility. So that's a good reminder. First names and last initials, so pronouns are more easily seen. That's good. Yeah, we can do that. We needed your full last names for the breakout groups, but now that we've got you sorted,
And now we're
first name
fine.
and yeah, now we're fine.
We have a good
Or-
question here. How do we do we send the notes to Tim somehow?
Well, I was wondering if we should send them to Brad or as a central. I'm volunteering you that, or someone on the committee about the notes. But Jenny, let me get back to you on that. Rosa, well, Margaret, if you need to snuggle with Rosa during any part of today, please. Animal snuggling is very important.
Don't have any.
She's right there.
Oh.
Folks can send that stuff all to me. That's fine.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm
thank
easy to
you.
find. Brad at lplks.org. I put it in the chat. Everybody just send your notes, whatever they may be, to me. I'm happy to be the repository for that.
And yes, I know that it was a short breakout. You may need to, if you want to organize them, that's fine. I love the picture of Brad arm wrestling a teddy bear. That's a keeper. Thank you for that, Instagram. I'm sharing some of the images that Marcus made on Instagram as well. So I'm excited about that. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to hear from you. We're going to hear about what you talked about from your breakouts, and we're going to get wild and crazy. We're going to go backwards from group number letter N. So would the reporter for group N be willing to share your 2-minute report out of your group?
I'm assuming that's me. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have an N. The overall theme for our group really was having to do with what the library can do for the community. So we talked a lot about the different programs that people really felt validated, both working and attending, and the variety of services and the types of programs that we give to members of the community, and how not only that the library is a free space for everyone, including people who might not have an income at all, or as high of an income as libraries maybe traditionally served in the past. And so we are a space for everyone, and moving forward we want to continue to be a safe space for every single member of the community, where their voices are counted, their opinion matters, they have a space where they know they will be welcomed, and they will feel safe and have plenty of cool things to do. But that's basically, those were all the threads that were connecting to all the different stories that we had. Actually, Rami, who works in materials handling, he put it really perfectly. The LPL is a great space with great people. I wrote that down in my notes because that was just a good line. But yeah, I know that's kind of like the general what the library can do, but really that's what we kind of came up with. Just I'm really proud to be able to provide these different experiences for all kinds of community members, including LPL staff and other folks. So yeah, we like LPL here, I guess.
Hey, Kimberly, quick question. Do you have one story that sort of sticks out to you from all the stories that you could share? I want to make sure each group shares at least one story. I know it's hard to pick one.
A specific story, it was actually Sage, who works in youth services. It connects to a program. They did a program where they made pancakes, and it was for I think teenagers, maybe specifically teenagers, or maybe some younger kids were also involved. But it really kind of encapsulated the spirit of the library, in that all kinds of teenagers from every group imaginable. You had like the ones who were always super involved in like library planning, like the kind of quiet or reserved or nerdy kids. You had like maybe the naughty kids and the loud kids. You had all of these different groups of people all coming together for this one goal, which was to eat pancakes and cause a ruckus. But really, that I think describes the library perfectly, just because you have staff members who are here to make sure everyone has a good time. Sage really loved that the kids involved enjoyed themselves, and it was messy and it was loud. And I think that shows how the library is different maybe than the traditional library model, and also maybe some other libraries where Brad always says like we are like the living room of the community. This is a space for people to experience things and have fun and be messy and loud and be creative and try new things. It's not just, yes, there are books, we love books here, but I think that story itself really, really perfectly sums up what the library is to the community. Just eating pancakes and being lound.
Hey, those pancakes was real good too. I used to poke my head in there and get a pancake or two. And you can get them custom made. They put sprinkles on them, chocolate chips, whatever. Whole bunch of random kids like, hey, you want a pancake? You sure the heck right I do, man. Give me 2 of them. Lots of butter, lots of syrup.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah. I love that we're already brainstorming ideas in the chat panel of an outdoor pancake program and a flipping competition. So we're definitely going to save the chat. And thank you, Kimberly. All right, group letter N, the reporter. If you have N is in Mary. If there's an M in front of your name and you're the reporter.
Right. That's me. I'll go ahead and share. For the sake of time, I'll just try to say that we have to put a big star next to inclusivity and what was said, what Kim shared about inclusivity, and how it was just mentioned multiple times how the library is responding to everyone and all needs in our community, and in the ways that, whether it's from building the collection, the digital collection from scratch and having the faith that it'll work out and we'll be able to, and considering all the community's needs, whether it's collections or programs or reaching out beyond the library to connect different organizations, just that idea of service and really responding to the specifically local needs of Lawrence. Another theme that came up was that change is an amazing opportunity and has been, and that came up in a lot of love for and memories about the new building and when we opened, and the excitement around that, and the idea that for so many people, and me included as a teacher in the community, I had an antiquated idea of what the library could be. And it was just fantastic and just amazing. Pretty mind-blowing to see all of the services and all of the spaces and all of the programming and connections that were happening. So that was something that came up, several of us mentioned. Also that, and I'll share this is a story I'll share, that teamwork is really, and the people are really amazing, but this idea of teamwork across, whether it's a work activities that we're doing, or if it's personal things, just the way that we support each other. And there was a personal story that Molly had shared with Jake, and that he shared with us, that just about how much it meant to her, that the library staff supported her so much when she made the decision to leave the library, and then just how much we supported her when she made the decision to come back. And that's just the kind of people that we have here at the Lawrence Public Library. So that kind of teamwork and support for each other. I think those are the things I would add to what's already been said.
Beautiful. I love it. Welcoming the boomerang. Thank you for sharing that. All right, Group L.
That would be our group, and I think what I want to do to honor time and to also highlight what everybody contributed, I'm just going to list the 5 words that we left with, that we collectively described, to summarize our conversation, and then just a little bit from each person that fits into those. So ultimately, our conversation focused on the library as a place to make connections, a library as a place that provides resources. A library is all about people. The library is about community, and the library is about hope. And highlights would be an experience that Kevin had with an older patron who they got to be super good friends, and he ended up bringing Kevin blintzes in exchange for his wonderful services. Ilka spoke with Jill, who works with Douglas County, and her high point was that the library was a place that could provide hotspots and laptops, and she is extremely grateful for partners and community members and continuing partnerships with the library. Ilka has felt the connectedness throughout the pandemic with the houseless folks that have been using the library as a place of shelter or as a place to stay connected through computers. She feels that we have been able to pare down what our core functions are, and that it is something that we hope to continue to focus on. Dr. Lewis felt very connected to the library when he brought his family in to get library cards, and from a patron's perspective, he felt super welcome and felt that the library staff was just absolutely fantastic and engaged with his family. And he was super excited to find out that there are games that you can check out from the collection. I'm assuming these are like video games, but there's also board games. So I'm assuming it was video games because nobody gets excited about board games like video games. So, and then Teresa feels connections because of the work that she's doing as a peer support specialist. And she just hopes to be able to get the same sort of excitement going that was pre-pandemic. Tracy is very excited about being able to see the connections that she makes at the Lawrence Art Center make their way into the library. And she gets wonderful notes from people who recognize that she's on the other side of the wall, and they send notes in through the check-in machine. Margot has inspired children to wear costumes to the library, to look for them when they come in after a story time. And Margot has inspired parents to have difficult topic conversations with their children, and they have sought Margot out for support to teach them how to do what they do in their story times. And for me, I would say staying connected to the community through the pandemic was extremely challenging. But ultimately, what came out of the whole conversation was that we are about people, we are about connections, and we're about hope.
Beautifully, beautifully said, Heather. Thank you so much. Now I want to meet Margot. Maybe someday soon. All right, so let's do group K. And before we do group K, wait 1 second. Before we do group K, I would like to highlight Lisa. Lisa, are you here? You want to say hello?
Hello, everyone. So good to be here with you all. I'm really excited to hear some of the things that you're discussing, and we're all about visuals here. So hello, hello, hello. My name is Lisa Nelson, and I'm the founder of See in Colors. We're a woman-owned visual communication company, and Mark Korsak is on our team, and he is creating the visuals that you will be looking at today. And he's listening intently and synthesizing your information so that you can have a visual reference with these wonderful ideas that you're working through. I'm very excited to be talking with you because the library has always had a special place in my heart. Growing up in Brooklyn, New York, I remember my first library card. I don't want to date myself, but the Dewey Decimal System means something to me. And I know exactly where to find the books that I need without going to the card catalog, right? So just wanted to pop in and say hello. And if you all would like to learn more about See in Colors, please check us out when you have time at seeincolors.com. And we're here to help. And we love the work that you're doing because libraries transform.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I actually have already tagged you in some Instagram posts with Mark's work. So
awesome.
We're on it. All right, so let's go back to K. Who's representing K?
I believe that's me.
Okay.
We didn't really get a chance to talk about like what to present, so I'll try and do my best to represent what we did talk about. We talked about like our themes being information resources, being able to collaborate with our community through organizations, and creating a culture of openness and belonging in Lawrence for the whole community. Again, we didn't really talk about a specific story, but I would say that I think if I had to pick one of the stories, Karen talked about the move that the library had from its temporary location of Borders to our current building, being a great example. And I do think that kind of represents a lot of the themes that we talked about, how we came together really well as a staff to get that done, and how the community really came together with us to like help out and make it go so well. And it was a lot. It was a lot of hard work, but I think it ultimately went maybe the best that it could. And I think that represents kind of some of the themes that we brought up in our group.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, I think, moving into that gorgeous building, I can't imagine the Herculean effort it took to move people and books and a new space and work out all the kinks. So group J, you are up.
That would be me. Sean just stole mine. Our overall theme was 2 words: togetherness and community. And the big overarching story was the big move from Borders to our current space, and how everyone helped, it was all across departments. One good quote was, the departments work together to get bigger things done. And I think that is a good word usage for our libraries, that we all work together to get bigger things done. Events, community building, the peer support, reaching out to different populations. I think that brings everything together. One good quote is, we are like a family. So we have our families at home, and then we have our big family also at work. I have a number of stories if you want to hear a couple of them. I jotted just quick little notes down.
Maybe one more. Yeah.
One, okay. Lots of people we said felt valued because Philip, for example, he left, moved away, and then came back and got rehired on the library. And it was like, you know, he felt valued because he could come back to the place that he worked at before. I know, like, Martha left, she came back too, and, you know, feel valued that, you know, the Lawrence Public Library, you know, recognized them for value and was willing to rehire them back.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Jake. All right, going backwards to group I.
Okay, we had so much. I have an entire page covered in the bullet points trying to condense stuff, but a major theme that came up during all of our discussion was connectivity, and that the library really is kind of going off of what Kim said in their presentation. I was like nodding the whole time. We are the place where anyone in the community can come together, and lots of people interact through the library that maybe wouldn't interact anywhere else in the community. So really working to be open to everyone and accessible to everyone. We talked a lot about creativity and teamwork and working across departments to solve problems, whether that's getting someone connected with resources in the community or tracking down a book that's fallen behind a shelf that someone really needs. So just, you never know what's going to get thrown at you. A story that really stood out to me was in their discussion, Chris and Elon talked about the sort of perspectives of someone who's worked at the library for a year versus 21 years. And Elon told a story about getting a visually impaired patron connected with audiobooks, and that our digital resources enabled them to read and to access a huge catalog. And that kind of work, the willingness to sit with someone and the expertise that someone like Elon has working at the library for 21 years is just incredible and really life-changing for people in the community. So that just stood out to me, that patience and that kindness goes a long way.
Wow, that's great, Ruby. And good shout out to the strengths. Yeah, perseverance, kindness, wisdom. I love that. All right, group H.
All right, that's me. Okay. So it was fascinating to listen to Heather rattle off their 5 themes / patterns. And they were in the exact order too. Like I had written down connections, resources, people, community, and then rather than hope, we had changes. And I'll describe that a little bit. You know, we heard that threaded through a lot of the stories. We heard about, you know, Josh is our security coordinator and has been here, got here just a couple months after me. And the way that he's been kind of a mentor to folks that come to the library and has helped see people through struggle and help set people on a more positive path. It's just, he talked about how great it was to have those experiences and help people in his role in our building. Gregor talked about he does outreach and talked about just that joy of bringing the perfect book to somebody and how that can make somebody's day, and how just that sense of connecting people. Mary talked about the same thing, connecting kids with her job. And just that joy of connection that I heard a lot about, wanting to be with people and the community that's created in that. Craig and I talked in similar ways at kind of different timeframes. His experience being our board chair prior to me even being here, about the dream of building the library that we now sit in, and the importance of it being a community center and not just a book repository. And that was the reason that I wanted to come here and take this job, was to do something very similar and to build a building that is a place where people can gather and a place where people find all the resource that they need. And people talked a good bit about opening day in our group as well. And the one thing that Craig and I had talked about that I think is really important, and really the meaning of this day, is that's 7 years ago now. The dream of that 7 years ago is 10 or more years ago. And what does this town look like now? And what ways do we need to change to adapt to really serving our public? Is it this one central library? Does it need to be more? Do we need to spread out when we really think about equity issues in our community? So equity really comes into this as well too. I've spoken too long. I will finish. That's what we had to say.
Thank you. I love that. I love that there's a connection, and that we are now getting to hear the story about, the vision before this building happened, and what's going to be the new vision, where we're going to talk about it soon, more than just a book repository. All right, group number G for great.
That would be our group. And to play along with comments that have already been made by so many, two words stick out, and that's the space. Everyone sees it as their space, whether it's the staff or the community people that are walking in. They all feel like it is their place where they want to be, that it's welcoming, it's clean, it is inclusive. The other word is people, and we include the whole community in that standpoint, as well as the incredible staff. The words love, pride, wonder, discovery all came up in our discussion. And the story that kind of exemplifies all of this is the Kids Action Club that got together and wanted to do something for the kids at the community shelter. And they reached out to the community as a whole, including the business community, to raise money, to buy goods, and then take those materials to the children at the community shelter. Clearly an all-inclusive reach between the library patrons and the children at the community shelter, all driven, I'm sure, by the guidance of the leadership and the staff members that are so caring and empathetic of our public library. So I was there on opening day. I have a lot of pride in what's been achieved, and it's all attributable to the staff of the Lawrence Public Library today.
Thank you, Joan, for being part of getting the building built, as Brad pointed out in chat. And congrats. I'd like to shout out to Jenny and the Kids Action Club. I love hearing about the specifics of how you guys are such a great organization. F for family.
Yes, I was thinking of like F Troop, but
okay, what works for me.
I'm Brian, he, him, his. I work at the KU libraries and love collaborating with the LPL folks. The three main themes we had in our stories today were community outreach and community support, which we've obviously heard in from other groups. Building relationships. I mean, the fact that we've got someone from KU here and someone from Haskell here, et cetera. So building relationships both among institutions and within institutions too. And then digital evolution came up a lot, like the online story times have been really popular, for example. So that as an example of something we should keep in the future. For a sample story, it occurred to me, although this has now been taken at least 3, if not 4 times, but the Borders move came up in at least 2 different stories in our group, and how, and maybe this is good old days thinking, but how smoothly that all went, which I can only imagine was, just a logistical nightmare to move an entire library and then move it back. And but then I also, I had brought up that we we don't want to go back to the same normal, both in terms of our, individual institutions and as a society, that people keep talking about, we need to get back to normal, but we need to kind of scrap the old normal. And I realized that the borders move was in a sense kind of a physical manifestation of that sort of thing, that we need to, we've had this year of something different happening, but we're moving back instead of into the same old normal into kind of hopefully a new normal that's better and shinier and more equitable for everyone. So
That's a great metaphor. Yeah, thank you, Brian. The borders move as a metaphor for that. Returning from the pandemic will definitely be different, whatever it is. Okay, group D.
Was that D or E?
D as in David, because we didn't have an E. It's a long story.
Great. That's me. I'm Logan. Our group really kind of talked about the staff side of this whole operation, particularly how the library is so willing to look at its processes and continuously improve them. What the big example I think is eliminating late fees. Jeff was in our group and he really kind of spearheaded that effort. One of the themes was that it's okay to question, that it's okay to look at what we do and do it, and maybe we can even the late fees weren't exactly what thought that they would do, and turns out that eliminating them actually greatly improves access to the library, particularly during a pandemic, turns out. Another theme was aligning outcomes to expectations in a very patron-focused way, which has clearly been a theme across the board here, and community engagement, because that's what the library does and what the library is. So those were kind of our themes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Logan. Yeah, I was actually looking up library cartoons in preparation for today, and there was a cartoon, and it had the librarian behind the desk, and it said, "If you don't return the book now and pay your late fees, Babar will break your pinky." And I thought that was hilarious because, yeah, removing late fees, that's really revolutionary. So that's a great example.
Yeah, the library shouldn't be punitive.
Yeah. All right, we're on group C.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'm covering for Group C. So our discussion centered around really three themes kind of started to coalesce. One was about the connection to staff and the sense of intimacy among staff and the sort of sense of connection with each other. The second was engagement with patrons and the level of service that the staff feels and how that makes them feel inspired just in terms of connecting with patrons. And the third was just in looking into the future, the evolution of services and the continual expansion of them. The story, when it came to connection with staff, that very similar to everyone else's story that kept recurring was the move to Borders and back, and how that created both a sense of togetherness, connection with staff, and a sense of accomplishment. In terms of engagement with patrons, it was really, there were a few stories that talked about. Probably one that was fun to hear was the story of how the staff had worked together to document the life of this, for this family, to document the life of this 100-year-old mother, their mother, and the work that they did together to help sort of put that together for the family. And in terms of just the continued evolution of the services, there was the recognition that from, during the pandemic time, they've had to rethink how they handle story time. And so being able to go out, and I didn't catch the name of the farm, but they actually moved some of the story time to a neighboring farm, trying to resolve how to evolve computer labs and the computer services during this time. And then continuing to rethink how to evolve the recording studio and to continue to ensure that it actually services as well.
Wow. So many resilient adaptations in that. Thank you, Sean. All right. We're coming home. Group B.
All right, that would be us. Well, just we first started talking about all of our animals. That's where we started because we all talked about our dogs and cats and how much we love the furry friend chat that is like a inside LPL thing. But I mean, a lot of our themes and everything that everyone has talked about, I can already see them from Mark's drawing. But we also talked about how we feel the best and we love collaborating together. The people, not only inside the building, our coworkers, but also the community makes our job great. That we like to focus on goals and enjoy the energy of everyone around us. That everyone on staff is great at helping out and helping to play to each other's strengths. Like it best when we don't have the silo and that we can all work together. I think someone said that we're stronger together and that we come together. That's when we do our best work. And I think we had, I think 3 people in our group mentioned the move as their like seminal story of a big highlight of what made their time at LPL great. And I think that was because it was one of those big projects that everyone worked together on, and it just came together and was a beautiful community thing. And I think that one thing that we talked about in our group that maybe wasn't encapsulated is that we talked a lot about the energy of that and how it felt so good to all be together working on something, and how that whole thing just ended up being a magical day that was experienced by the like community and the people working that event. So having the magic is, maybe magic is a word that hasn't been said yet, but I feel like community, how great the staff is and how great we are collaborating, those kind of maybe all come through in other people's words as well.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah.
That's great. I like the word magic. Making a move like that probably is magic to make it work well. All right, we're bringing it home. Group A.
Hello, I'm Aaron Brumley, the IT coordinator here at Lawrence Public Library. A story, first of all, that jumped out. Dan Coleman had the good experience of meeting a donor who had been giving in honor of her dachshund for many years, and how exciting that was, and fun to see someone who cares enough about the library to make that recurring gift in honor of a pet, which is lovely. Some of the themes that everyone else have mentioned came through in our group. Connectivity and community partnership were mentioned several times, both connectivity between people and internet connectivity. The importance of online services came up. Another theme was flexibility, but also focus on core services, including books, stories, information access, informed citizenry. Individual people in our meeting mentioned a community partnership with the Lawrence Arts Center. That was from Margaret Weisbrod Morris. Max Yoder mentioned that we could carry some of the things that we learned during the pandemic into normal operations. We made lots of changes and could keep some of those that have served us well. Rachel Mislibby talked about the library as a living, adaptable resource, bringing to the community what the community needs, meeting people where their needs are. Trevin, one of our newest employees, talked about Spanish story times and multilingual programming, very important to serve everyone in our community. I brought up the importance of core services and information access, the essence of our purpose being, in some sense, to empower individuals to be an informed citizen, an informed member of our community. Dan Coleman told the wonderful story about the dachshund and talked about connecting people to one another. Angela Longhurst talked about our digital materials and how significant ebooks and e-audiobooks are to people. Kathleen Morgan talked about the First Capital campaign and also talked about how important it is to serve people of all incomes in our community. We have a vast diversity there. We need to serve everyone. And also the importance of internet access. We had a broad-ranging collection of perspectives, and I'm happy that we got a few of them out there. Hard to encapsulate though.
I know you guys did an amazing job of being concise. Thank you. And I don't think that Aaron got a proper thank you at the beginning of the day. We thanked the core committee, but of course, Aaron helped us work out all the kinks with the Zoom. He did an amazing job, take his time ahead of time, and we're glad that we have Doug so that Aaron can actually participate today as he's often tasked with doing things. That was a lot. That was amazing. Yeah, there's always someone on the list. Aaron, and I'm glad to see Aaron without the mask on because he has the perfect pandemic beard too. It's not even Movember. I'm so, I've been interviewing people at the library since last October 2019, but there's so many stories that I haven't heard yet, and I loved hearing them from you. Let's take a break. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11:25. So we'll be back at 11:25 for the dream phase. Have a great break, and thanks for your hard work. Hey, Mark. Can I, oh yeah. Did you get my text?
No, not yet. I haven't looked. That was all. That was going. That was.
Yeah, you're working.
Yeah,
you're working hard.
Yeah, that's it. That's where. Right. All right. Let's see. Okay. Great. Yeah. Cool. You're catching spelling. Awesome.
This is so beautiful.
It is awesome. You're getting everything, all the good stuff.
Right. What did I do accessible?
Pancakes are my favorite, but I am a breakfast man.
I do love pancakes.
Yeah, that's what I meant the other day when we were talking, when he said, yeah, Lawrence's living room,
right.
Or like, this is the library is the living room of the
Yes.
community. I'm like, that's the cultural kind of stuff that's what I want to grab onto,
Yeah, beautiful.
I mean, they could put that on T-shirts or their bags and say, what I mean? Like,
I know.
It's that kind of thing. They just got a branding right there, All right, let me keep going here.
Yeah, do your.
Shannon will be returning to groups of 8 after this, right?
Yes, sir.
Our
We are.
messer is back in the waiting room.
Okay. Okay.
Why are they back in the waiting room?
I think some people tend to log off when they take a break. I'm not sure. But
I don't know where to put them again.
oh, good. Right. I remember. I think he was in the group with Rami, I think. But you could ask him.
Oh yeah, the group of 9. It'd actually serve him well to be put in another room because that room became 10.
Oh, did it become 10? Okay.
Yeah, but he kind of needs to be with the people he was with, right?
Yeah, let's ask him where he was.
Okay.
I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back unless you need me.
Got it.
All right, is Shannon there?
Yes, I am. I'm right here.
Oh, you are awesome. All right, so Shannon, I think I'm done with this page. I'm going to
Okay.
take a picture of it, text
Okay.
it to you, and then pull it down. I'll have a blank one underneath. I'm ready for the next.
Brilliant. I love it.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
All right, we got about 3 more minutes of our break.
How exciting. Shannon, I'm going to take a chance and add Richard Messer to a group where that has less people.
Okay, that's fine.
That won't be a disadvantage now, will it?
No, it's
Great.
absolutely fine.
Great.
So what you'll need after this break is a pen, piece of paper, or you can type in a computer if you want. I'm old school. I'm a pen and paper, pencil, pad kind of person.
Uh-huh. This is me, Doug.
No, this is everybody.
Oh.
For our dreaming. So I'm curious if Brad is back or if someone who is actually at the library is back. How many people are on site today?
We have about 14, maybe 15 people here in the building total.
14. Nice. Exciting.
Yeah, you can. There's Amy is in our recording studio. Adam is in the recording studio. Trying to think, Richard's here. I was trying to see. Yeah, there's Richard. He's in the studio space. But I'm here. Aaron's here. Angela's here. Carrie's here. Feel like looking through that little mirror now. I'm like, what's that show? And I'm trying to think who else here. John is here. I see John.
Is that the Magic Garden
Gregor,
reference?
I see Gregor and Nancy.
Was that a Magic Garden reference?
Think, what is that show? I can't remember where they.
Mr. Roger. Oh,
Romper
Romper
Room.
Room. Yeah.
Thank you.
Captain Kangaroo. Romper Room.
That's it.
Yeah, I saw those book trucks and was guessing Nancy had to be here, or she has book trucks at her house, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. Although they are an easy way to tote around books.
And Denise is here.
Denise is here. Dina is here.
That's exciting.
We're happy to have everybody spaced out well enough so everybody could take their mask off for the day. And
I know. I'm so glad about that. So glad. Okay, we are back. So I want to thank you guys for your engagement, for being on camera. It's so helpful. Yesterday, I unfortunately had to do a keynote on Microsoft Teams and I couldn't see anybody. And it was like I was talking into a void. So thank you for being here. Wizzo the Clown. I was on Wizzo at age 5. I think I love Wizzo. So now we're going to do some dreaming, some visioning of the future. And this is if we're going to put ourselves into Lawrence Public Library 3 years from now. But what I want to do before we get to the visioning of the future, I'm going to stop my share and make sure that when I'm sharing, I got all that sound and optimized, because we have a great video, which if you have seen it, you need to see it again. And if you haven't seen it, you definitely need to see it. This is an embodiment of, if we had done an AI summit at the beginning of the pandemic, maybe these are some of the dreams that would have come out.
Once upon a time, there was a library that was full of books, music, movies, story times, programs, and many other resources. It was also full of people, and the people were the heart of the library. They helped make the library a space for the community to learn together, share stories, make friends, and support each other. The library loved its people, and the people loved its library. But then, as is often the case with once upon a time stories, something terrible happened. An evil virus plagued the town, forcing the people to stay home and away from the library. At first, everyone felt nervous and scared. How would the library be a library without a building? How would the library make sure people still had access to information and resources? How would the library be a library without its heart? Though the library was nervous, it was also strong, smart, and resilient. With its trusty librarians to help, the library made a plan to provide resources, programs, and services to the people in ways that were safe and avoided the evil plague. The librarians took to the streets of the town to share flower and vegetable seeds from the seed library, shared stories online from their homes and a local farm to keep children engaged and working on their early literacy skills.
Ready to get started with story time? Oh, even though he's sleepy, he's ready to go. What should we do this morning?
Put together a summer reading program that was completely online with new software to track minutes, provided weekly programs to keep people active and engaged,
¿Creen que hay algo aquí? ¿Detrás de aquí? A ver.
It's about going on an adventure with your family. I'm sure some of you have gone out maybe and did some camping.
created story walks for families to enjoy in their local parks, and made bundles of books for families to grab and quickly check out. With help from the librarians and the people, the library was able to transform itself and its services to provide for its community during an unprecedented event. The library thought it had lost its heart, but if you listen closely, it's still beating and continues to beat stronger and stronger every day.
I think that one of the things that COVID-19 has done for me is turn me even more than I was into a rereader. I'm not in the mood for anything sad at all.
Hello everyone, it's me, Deja Brooks, and I'm coming to you live, loud, and proud from my very own living room, as I, just like you, am still social distancing.
I wish that I could be with you in person. I really miss my friends in Lawrence. I always have a blast there.
COVID-19 has transformed our community, and the most important thing a library can be right now is a place of stability and hope in times of rapid change and constant readjustment. We couldn't do this alone without the support of our wonderful community, volunteers, library friends and foundation, and partners like the Kansas Health Foundation, who is helping us fight this evil virus by supporting the library's mission to help our community learn, connect, create, and grow. This is a story without an end because there are way more chapters yet to be written. Lawrence Public Library is here, and we invite you to stay tuned.
Yes, Doug, I think you need to move to Kansas. I'm telling you, this place is amazing. It is amazing. So if I had told you, there's going to be a big pandemic and you're going to have to reinvent everything, and we'd done an AI summit on, May 15th, 2020, you might have come up with all those things that you came up with, but you did that because you're already a high-performing team. You're already creative and positive and smart, and that was just an amazing video and summary of what you've already done. So what we're going to do is take this dream into the next few years. So if you are older like me, you might remember the Walkman. I had a Walkman, but I remember my dad was going to buy me a boombox that had a CD player. And I said, no, Dad, CDs aren't going to take off. It's not going to be a big thing. I just want my cassette player. And he bought it for me anyway. And he was right. And I still have CDs in my basement. I love Ilka still has a Walkman, represent. And then, the dream, the vision morphed completely into, music digitally. It transformed. So that's the kind of dreaming I want you to do. Based on the things you've already done, I want you to do this. So I want you to get up, but before we do that, so this is the dream. I got one more video. I got to show it. It's so good and so sweet. One more thing, and then we'll do some dreaming.
My hopes and dreams for the library is that kids can have fun and they can have fun reading and looking for books in the aisles. That's one of my favorite things to do at the library, and I hope that the library can stay open so that kids can get more educated by reading and having fun with the books that they read, and I hope that they enjoy reading. Bye.
Love her. Go Margot. Shout out to Margot making it in our Appreciative Inquiry Summit. So I'd like you to take your pen, your piece of paper, or your just computer to type on. And I want you to close your eyes. I want you to imagine that tonight you fall into a deep sleep and you wake up in the morning to find that it's actually March 31st, 2024. When you come into the library, you feel a positive energy throughout the space. You feel that there's a strong feeling of a buzz of excitement as you and your colleagues collaborate, innovate, and implement initiatives that help lead to collaboration with staff across the community, innovation, and reaching more people. Word has spread throughout the Lawrence community about the library and through the library about your success. People want to know, how were you able to collaborate in the middle of a pandemic? How were we able to innovate to keep the library open and have a high level of engagement in our employees and patrons? How were you able to take that next step after the pandemic was over and connect to even more patrons and more services and focus what you wanted to do? Other libraries invite us to talk about the collaborations that we worked on between 2020 and 2024. Right now on your own, I want you to write down specific images of what it might look like in 2024. Statements that might capture your vision of the future, such as the energy at the Lawrence Public Library would be, our events would be, the patrons would see us as, we would lead the library field in. And then I want you to take a pen or on your computer and write down what success looks like in 2024 and be specific. What innovations are you seeing? What are you hearing? What is new and different that is unexpected? What are you feeling? What are you doing? And what are other people doing? So take the next 2 or 3 minutes just to jot down on your own what your vision of the future will be. Okay, so what we're going to do is, if you're still writing, please continue to write. But what we're going to do is we're going to put you back into the table groups that you were in for the discover phase at the end. And we're going to give you 20 minutes total. So your workbook, your participant guide says 10 minutes for discussion and 10 minutes for the creative part, but I'm going to compress it a little so that we get you to lunch on time. And the way it'll work is this: on page 7, if you have it, and if you don't, I'll read it to you. You will again choose your discussion leader, timekeeper, recorder, and reporter. And you're going to take a minute, just a minute, to share what's your vision. Just like we did as the laser-like round robin for the discovery phase, what's your vision of the Lawrence Public Library in March of 2024? I want you to listen for key phrases, inspiring images as they're shared, and the recorder, I want you to write those down. And what are the themes that you've heard? Write those down. So that'll take about 7 or 8, maybe 10 minutes. Then is the fun part on page 8. What you're going to do is you are going to have a creative way to share your dream with the group. So if there was a magazine cover, the Lawrence Public Library has won a national award and is now awarded the ALA Excellence in Library Programming, as well as a number of other awards. And they're featured. You're featured on the cover of Time magazine. I want you to think about, what would the headline be? What would the headline be? And what are the images of the Lawrence Public Library that would be on that magazine cover? And maybe 3 to 5 subheadlines. Subheadlines representing the strategies, the actions that brought this vision to life. What did you do between now and March of 2024 to achieve these results? Now, if you are ambitious, I also invite you to, I have had songs, I have had rap songs, I have had TV interviews, I've had Saturday Night Live sketches, I've had people drawing pictures that they then shared on a flip chart. I leave the creativity up to you because I know you are a very creative group of people. And so you can do the magazine cover. It's detailed on page 8 of the headline, the image, and some subheadlines. But you have to be able to present your vision of the future in 3 minutes or less, preferably less. So, questions about your dreaming share and your dreaming creative presentation. Your reward for this will be, after we come back and present, will be lunchtime and free lunch thanks to the library. So I'm going to have Doug send you off to groups, but I'm going to be here. If you have questions, you can always flag us in the main room. If you have a question, I'll be popping in and out to breakouts to see how you're doing. And we will give you a flag as far as how much time you have left. This is all good things. What time will lunch be? I know you're getting hungry. Let's see, 12:45. I think lunch is probably going to be around 12:30 your time. 12:30, 12:40. Does that sound good? Oh, we're way off schedule.
Take a look at Trisha's question. How much time for each part again? I believe it's 7 to 8 minutes for part 1. Then the rest of the 20 minutes will be collaborating as a group.
Okay, so I did have lunch in our schedule at 12:30 Central. I don't know if there was a different schedule and we shifted it. If you do have to step out because of childcare, I apologize. Feel free to step out and come back as you need to. And we will send you off to breakouts. Are you ready, Doug?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, and we will have our timekeeper choose who gets to speak first. Here you go.
Doug, how many breakout groups are there altogether?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Beautiful. Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Hi, Doug.
Just checking to see if I lied to you, and I did not. Great. Hi, Shannon.
Hi.
So in 8 minutes, tell them to switch to,
Yes. Yes, do that.
and what will that message be? Dictate.
Oh, I did. I said approximately it's 12 to 1. In the, sorry, she was reading, they were reading a different schedule. I did say approximate. I did say approximate.
You did.
I mean,
The kids need to learn to be independent.
that's right. I understand.
Great, this is being recorded. Nice. Sorry, I'm from New York. Okay, ready. So in 8 minutes, I should say switch to.
In 8 minutes, say, you should begin your creative brainstorming now.
Right. Great. And I put I always put 2 minutes of buffer at the beginning, so they're just about to hit 20 minutes now.
Okay.
That was a Robbie suggestion.
Okay.
But I can also, make them begin sooner.
Yeah, we may. I'm trying
So
to
when the
think.
clock hits 14,
In the clock.
the countdown clock when it goes to 14 rather than 12. Right now it's in 1936 left.
Right. Let's reduce the time a little bit. I feel like they can. This is the hard part. So it's either that or have less of the dream presentations.
What's more valuable? People getting to see the other group's work or the people having a chance to really dig in and create something?
I know that's a good coaching question, Doug. Let me ask. Let me
Ask
text
Brad.
Brad, yeah.
My amazing husband brought pizza, so I might be smacking down some pizza.
Go for it. Go for it. Yep.
Yes. Still here and listening whenever you need me. All right, Shannon, I'm going to close the rooms now.
Okay, thank you.
They have 30 seconds to leave the breakout rooms.
Okay. All righty. I am excited to see your dreams and visions of the future. Oh my gosh, Tracy, I didn't notice that you had Tiger Web behind you. That is the best background ever. Fantastic. Okay, so the way it's going to work is this. We're not going to be able to hear from every single group because there are 13 of us, but I want to hear from as many as we can. So I'm going to take volunteers. So if you want to put the letter of your group in the breakout room, if you would like to present back to the room. And if you are thinking, no, maybe we'll, oh, good, great. All right, I'm going to go in the order that I saw it. Let's start with Jay. Jay for Jake.
So as you can see by my background, we are thinking small, but we want to go big and have it global. So it's 2024 and we just are on Time Magazine. One of our we have multiple headlines, but one that I'm kind of choosing is community engagement. Everyone has access. Then we would have some something, library card in every Lawrencian's hand by 2024. And then we might have some different pictures of the state animals. The salamander might have CDs, the turtle might have books on its back. Another sub headline might be virtual library Lawrence leads. Because we were talking about, I think we're doing a good job in the tech department that is one of our popular services. Sound and Vision, I know, was always popular. I know people are disappointed in that. We're not open for that. The meeting rooms and the study rooms are always important. Get phone calls almost every day. When are those going to be open? And unfortunately, until COVID's over, those won't. So hopefully we can expand upon that and maybe have more study rooms, more meeting rooms. Bob brought up a good point of like a Star Trek type of thing, like 3D tech, 3D virtual worlds, or 3D dramatic reenactments and or readings. We did have a universal theme of more engagement, more outreach to others in our community, of course. I've suggested, some of us have also suggested, if we're going to expand, start thinking about maybe another branch or maybe other, with KU, with Haskell, have a community resource center that would have, 3D tech or, a whole bunch of just different things, have it a whole community thing, not just, the City of Lawrence money, donor money, have all of us together to create something, I go back again, Star Trek, the Federation, we're all a community. What else? Do not duplicate services, we have so many different community services and they sometimes overlap each other. So try, what could we do best, and expand upon and have communication with and engage with to the community.
Okay, 30 seconds left.
Brett brought up a good point. Bring people back to fact-based engagement, not, we want to be the source of facts and, be the community source of information. And we also, let's expand on our programs and our successes. Shirley's mentioning there was a book club, bring your book and a beverage, expand on things like that. Still keep Zoom for those that cannot, physically come into the library and maybe don't want to, but they feel comfortable in their homes. So those are our ideas.
Love it. Thank you, Jay. All right, the next person I saw was, thank you, Kay, for sharing your drawing. Mark Korsak will be calling you. All right, Group L.
I'm Teresa, and just really briefly, we all had different ideas, some overlapping, but basically some practical stuff like improved smart lockers and drive-through pickup for holds, employee door that's away from the book return to story time that includes live streaming with more polished web content that's integrated, and potentially like flexible employee hours, and perhaps even like a small or medium-sized branch elsewhere in the community where there are work areas for staff that can function as a collaborative effort. And then also make sure that we increase accessibility in, am I reading? Increase accessibility in the meeting spaces for those that have physical disabilities, potentially have like a local access television connection with someone that has those skills to advertise, like to have community resource interviews. Also to normalize like mental health struggles amongst staff and patrons, and to allow for staff to feel more comfortable in setting boundaries in a way that, I'll leave it at that. And then also to create like a county-wide library system and a county-wide public park system. And then Heather's idea was like, the library is an epicenter. She drew like, and then I think Margot expanded on that and said it would be like a solar system, or you can think of like a ripple effect with like a pebble in a pond or something. So good job. Anyhow, that's
brilliant. Perfect timing. Thank you, Teresa. I love the solar system image. All right, H was the next letter I saw.
All right, H, I'm speaking up for H. We had so much to say that we ran out of time kind of building our creative brief. So we used the prompt of the front page and of winning some type of award. And so the headline is inspiring change in our community, that the library really drives and inspires change and helps lead it. And one of the things that we use kind of as a metaphorical image that relates to this and then somewhat expands on it is talking about this idea of a living room. And Jackie mentioned that she wanted a wraparound porch in addition to that living room, both realistically in places where people can meet outside in the environs of the library, like say figuring out a way that you could make that plaza really ignite in a way that's different than a lawn. Sean Zodke is here. I'm sure he has ideas about how to make that amazing from Gould Evans. And then subheadings that we had are ideas of really thinking about what equity in action looks like versus neutrality, what belonging looks like for everybody. And if we really were to talk seriously about things like county systems or branches or expanding our outreach fleet, we have to be really serious about the funding and advocacy about expanded services so that you can actually provide those services. So if we were to expand beyond this footprint and have no money to do it, in fact, our services would suffer as we would have more overhead than we could handle. So the practicality of really understanding how our community wants to fund our ability to do these things. And
30
so
seconds.
those are really the things that we're looking at, is
Okay.
inspiring change in our community kind of distills all of that.
Awesome. Thank you. I love the image of the wraparound porch, adding that, and Randy's suggestion in the chat of the masks. I was watching the video and seeing the chat, and I was like, I want one of Senti's masks. So, all right. Thank you, Brad. Group C. The next one I saw.
Is that group C?
Yes, C as in Charlie.
Okay, so our group talked about the ways in which we could begin to create, it really started with a conversation about technology and simplifying the way in which you create access to to the community and to this idea of moving towards simplification. Out of that, what we were starting to simplify was this idea of creating connections and a greater number of connections through the community. Those connections were everything from more access to technology, to media, to access to creating opportunities for celebration. And so then we questioned, well, is that a branch? What is it? And so then we asked the question, could we create multiple branches? And then it became a multiple sort of fleet idea solution, that there is a way of actually taking services and spreading them out into the community, almost like a network or web. And so we came up with a diagram that looked like that basically had the library at the heart of it. And then the notion that there may be a technology van, there may be a computer van, there may be a performance venue van, there might be a front porch van, there might be a book van, and those vans could deploy and move throughout the city. And maybe even at the top, I think it shows up on there, this idea that it could even head west to I-70 and create connections out into Western Kansas where there are no libraries.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you, Sean. I saw B as in boy.
Okay, well, we talked about kind of on the theme that other folks have talked about, is getting more out in the community with an outreach vehicle, equity, making sure that we're reaching everyone and finding a way to survey our community members to see what they want our library to offer them, and ways that we can keep tailoring our service to our community. And then another idea we had was have like a radio station, so folks could like tune in if they wanted to. It would be accessible to everybody, and you can tune in if you want to. You know, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but it's there for you. And then also we can create kind of that feedback loop from our community, and using kind of older tech to create those community goals, you know, like using the bookmobiles, the book vans, you know, that have been around for a long time, and then also like going the radio route too. Let's see, and then also expanding our curbside pickup to just, that's something that a lot of people have said, and I think a lot of people find really valuable. And our headline was "From Your Eyes to Your Ears, Get Connected." And we didn't have like an artist thing, but I have this little like tarot card that's the magician, that's the radio signal being boosted out to everybody. So that was
Wait, can you show that again? Can you show that again?
It's by Anne Lubin.
I like it. I like it. Nicely done job, Group B. All right. N is in Nancy.
Okay, well, Sage, if you scroll up in the chat, you will see that they put together a little Canva front image for us, which was really nice of them. Thank you, Sage. And so some key things we have is community healing, learning and growing together, empowering individuals, building trust, finding the solution together. Robin had a really lovely line about how libraries are the lighthouses of society. So we continue to illuminate the truth and provide that for our patrons. And then we also, our general theme was just expanding our reach throughout the community. There was a mention of making it a county-wide library system. In general, it's maintaining the inclusivity of LPL, as well as making it even more inclusive, making it lead the way in racial, gender, and income-based equity within our community, providing a well-rounded amount of items within our catalog that serves every member of the community, not just those who are more privileged. And also we want our physical library spaces to return because we miss those. And so we want to, again, be a community gathering space, which will happen sooner rather than later, before 2024, thankfully. But basically, we want to continue to be the hub of the community, provide these safe spaces as well as information and content for folks within the community, but make it even bigger and better. Oh, yay! Yeah, that's what Sage did. They did a really good job for a few minutes.
Wow.
But we basically, want to illuminate the community with our as a lighthouse. Again, that line is just, that kills me. That's so cute.
I love it.
But yeah, we just want to take what we have and make it bigger and brighter and better for everyone involved.
Thank you so much, Kimberly. And Sage with the Canvas skills, represent in like 15 minutes. That's impressive. All right. N as in Nancy.
That was us.
Oh, that was you. Sorry, my bad. D as in dog.
That's us. Jeff is our talker, but I drew this amazing thing that I need to show to everyone. It's backwards, so you can't read the writing. So I'll read it. It says, "It's alive. LPL grows community. Library mobilizes to engage a community and provide resources." And then innovative publicity campaign drives awareness. And we've got other trees that we're connected to. And we wanted to highlight the mobility part. So we decided they actually need to be ints and walk around, because a tree in a wheelbarrow is not functional, really.
Nice. I
We
love
had
it.
similar ideas to everybody else as far as the outreach.
Can you just say
basically
your
get-
name and who's talking so that we can spotlight you?
This is Jeff.
Jeff. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
We thought of the idea of connecting to as many people as possible, whether that be filling the library up with as many as we can, whether that's with any kind of group club program on any topic to get people engaged. And then on the flip side, having a mobile version of the library that provides everything that we do in the building out in the community. And then we got into the idea of the image of the tree being interconnected with other people in the community and other organizations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I love the visuals. All right. We're going to group I as in insightful. Tell us your name so that we can spotlight you quickly.
Oh, this is Ruby.
Okay.
We talked a lot about mobility, like a lot of other people also talked about. Have this really incredible drawing of a van, which is what we talked a lot about. But Emily brought up our incredible headline, which is meeting people where they are, how they are. So we talked about expanded outreach with our new book van that we will have. And our bullet points for our little magazine cover are LPL van takes library to the community, multimedia collections. Mary brought up really highlighting our movies and video games and CDs and just moving beyond the perception that we just have books, which are great. But and then we had tech support on the go, multicultural programming, and personalized reference. We talked about spending some more time with patrons, really individualizing our services, which we've already do a really great job at, but in the pandemic, it's been hard. So we're talking about being back in person and just having access to a lot of people and moving beyond our building as a central hub, which a lot of people have brought up, but getting out into the community and meeting people where they're at.
Fantastic.
Hey, Ruby, would you be willing to show that again so that Mark can take a look?
I think it's probably, oh no, it's not backwards, okay.
Yeah.
Please draw,
Wonderful.
you'll draw a better van.
All right, I'm going to jump to group A in the hopes that group G really does have a wrap and that group M has a limerick. So let's go to group A as an apple. And tell us your name, who's talking?
Sorry, that was me. I won't take up too much time because I do want to hear that rap as well.
A as an apple, where are you? Group G
Yeah.
has an image too.
We came up with-
All right. Angela, I think you're muted or double muted or something.
She's coming through to me anyway.
There we go.
Got it? Hear me?
Nope. I hear you. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Okay. We came up with the idea of providing a digital interactive map showing where we've been, sort of the history, where we are, our current core library services and fundamentals, and reaching out to ask others where they want us to go. Sort of being more welcome to everybody of different languages, histories, and backgrounds, and kind of just toggled into different languages, and just providing space for other international, different cultures and things like that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Angela. Okay, group G. You have an image and a wrap. I'm very excited.
No wrap.
No wrap?
No wrap.
Oh.
But we do have an image. I'm Joan Golden, and Jenny Cook is going to share her screen, I think, to do that. And following along many other ideas, our whole theme was around outreach, having our physical building as our center or hub, if you will, and then having spokes that go out into the community to bring not only digital equity to everyone that needs it, but going to different neighborhoods, having that flexibility and mobility to go to different neighborhoods and have the ability with our vans to have a block party when we get there. But definitely taking the living room that our library represents and taking it out into the neighborhoods, making sure that there's equity for everybody within our community.
Can we make Jenny a co-host so she can share her screen? Is that doable, Doug? I'm gonna
Working
pin
on
you.
it.
Okay. All right, your
I
co-host.
think we need Brad to do that.
No,
Oh, there
she's
we
a
go.
co-host. Go for it. Ooh. I love it. Awesome Library Magazine presents. You guys are amazing. Bam! Fast. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. And dandelions and connections, the hubs, the spokes. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right. So, M, can you bring us home with a limerick?
I thought someone had a rap. I don't want to fall.
The rap was a false. I was lied to. I was lied to about the rap.
We have a rap. It's Group K.
Okay,
Group
rap.
K.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want us to go first real quick and then we'll finish up with a rap? Because I think that's going to be,
that sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
We really had a lot of conversation that, and we're coming from a couple of different angles. And what we realized is that in response to the pandemic and looking at sort of all the things that we learned and all the things that we sort of came out thinking about in terms of what we value, there's like this mix of old and new, a mix of the need and the necessity to really understand the technology, use the technology to connect with each other and all of that. And we thought about that with the library, very similarly to everybody else, with the hub, with the wheel, with the lighthouse, with everything like that. Ours was actually like a center, and the hubs and the links were all like pneumatic tubes shooting things out all through the community is what we thought about, just because who doesn't want to think about pneumatic tubes, right? Just going everywhere. And then we thought about, drones delivering. So those similar ideas, getting everybody what they need when they need, but also this other idea, this conflicting idea of that so many of us realize how much places mean to us and spaces, and how even being able to put a book in our hand and sit with somebody in a quiet space is so important. And we know for so many of our people who weren't able to come into our library, how important a space is for as long as they, we're needing some who are needing a space. So we talked about that. So we wrote a limerick. Here's how it goes. There once was a tireless crew who had so much to do. They couldn't think fast. Should it be the future or the past? So meet us at the library where the old meets the new. So a little bit of both.
I love that. Thank you. Will you make sure you save that, send that to me, send it to Brad. That's fantastic. All right. Anybody else who hasn't presented, please post any thoughts in the chat panel. We also want to keep your notes. Don't forget, you're going to send all of your notes to Brad at the end. And Kay, bring us home with your wrap.
All right. Are you?
Oh, I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. One second. Sorry.
That's okay. You might have to be projected twice.
All right.
Everybody else.
All right. Sorry. Thanks for waiting. This is terrible. Here you go. Lifting up kids to be leaders and more avid readers, connecting community partners, helping our population get smarter, renewed possibilities, being a social support entity, collabing interdepartmentally, improving LPL fundamentally, providing resources for phonetics, or maybe even cybernetics, living wages to pages of all ages. Sean out. I don't know if I'm on.
Round of applause.
You sounded like you should have been doing the Service Masters here. So give us a ring commercial.
That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you. Yes, I think that should be on iTunes. It will be on iTunes. I love it. I love the creativity. Raptastic. You're looking in the chat. A+ or on Bandcamp. I don't know what Firefest is, but it sounds awesome. SoundCloud rapper. You guys are amazing. I love that you were able to not only create substantive content and vision of the future, but also to create those beautiful images and ideas and limericks and raps. So I want to share with you, since you mentioned the mobile library, I want to share with you, the past. We've talked about the past mobile library, what you might have been, and the current mobile library. Had to share. Thought it'd be fun. Okay, so you guys are not only amazing, you were amazing, and you came in on time, on the nose. So we, as your reward, we're going to give you a whopping 45-minute break to share your lunch, thanks to the library. We will be, minus the shushing. We will be here if you have any questions. Otherwise, we will see you back at 1:15 Central to do some designing. We're going to take your dream into the design and figure out what we can make happen. So,
and Brad has raised his hand.
Oh, sorry.
Very quickly, Brad. I just wanted to say before we go to lunch, our lunch for staff and for everyone is paid by the Friends and Foundation. So we're very thankful for them funding that with our block grant money. So have a lovely lunch on our Friends and Foundation. They do so much for our library.
Thank you, Friends and Foundation. You don't have to leave the meeting. You can just mute yourself and take yourself off video. That'll make it easier to come back. So just mute yourself. You can turn off your video and we'll see you back at 1:15. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so what's this about the library providing lunch?
Well, there was, they were supposed to send you a DoorDash gift certificate. So if you did not get one, it's, go ahead, Brad.
Oh, yeah, staff received $15 in your paycheck for today. taxed because that's the law. Denise can explain that to you should you need to know that. Our staff that have not started yet, we gave DoorDash to. But you got $15 on the library, and our external folks we send a DoorDash to. So and it's payday, so it's in your check.
It's a good day. Okay, thank you, Brad.
Yes. Uh-oh, what did I do with it? It's missed.
If anyone has a question for Shannon, you can feel free to unmute yourselves.
Doug, were you able to mute everybody?
I just did that, yes.
Thank you. Not that we don't want to hear your munching, but
Unless they sing.
Mary's
Shannon, when would be
Happy
convenient
birthday,
for you
Carrie.
to work on the names of the new groups?
I'm going to chat with Brad and then so take a little break and I'll circle back with you in a little bit.
You got it.
And happy birthday, Carrie. Have a good dog walk. See you soon. Hello, Doug.
Hello.
How are you?
Great. And you?
I'm fabulous. Fabulous,
You know, that was
fabulous,
the best
fabulous.
place for that to happen.
It really,
If you got to choose.
if you got to have an explosion outside your room,
Oh, yeah.
your house, and yeah, that would be the place to have it happen. So, yes. So you have the list.
Yep. Shall I share?
Yes. Go for it. Hey, Mark, did you send a picture of the dream to me yet? No? Okay. That's fine. Just wondering. Doug, I'm only seeing the group A, B, C, D, E, F.
Oh, how about now?
Nope. Only seeing A, B, C, D, E, F.
Stop the share.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Where did I bet?
That's weird. I could see the whole thing, Doug.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're able to see something that says New Branch countywide.
Oh, I don't see that.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
what I
see
really
that.
wanted you to see. How about now?
Yeah. Hey, Brad, can you
Yeah.
send me a link to the Sound and Vision song again?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You sent it to me, and I thought I had a clickable link, but I don't.
I stopped the screen sharing, and I'm just going to read them off to you.
Never mind, Brad. I think I got it. I got it. Never mind.
Okay.
You have stopped the screen sharing, and
Yeah,
you're
and
going
I'm just going to read the categories off to you.
Well, how about bam? I'm gonna do one better.
What?
And yes, I'm going to show you a slide, and we can compare notes. How about that?
Amazing.
Bam. All right. But you got to make me a co-host since I logged out.
Oh, I'd love to.
Okay.
Aaron, please make her a co-host.
Will do.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your lunch.
Oh, she's a co-host now. Yes.
All righty. Here we go.
So exciting.
Yeah. Tell me if this is what you got.
New Branch, countywide library system. I put a hyphen between county and wide, but it's still good.
Good,
Technology, outreach to community, leading in inclusivity and equity, funding and advocacy, outdoor spaces. Yeah, I used a lot more capitals than you did. Staff engagement, flexible hours, renewed mission, visioning statement, and strategic initiatives. Now you can't see that whole name.
Okay, we'll just say
Renewed mission.
yeah, just say renewed mission. That's fine.
Great, and you'll brilliantly explain it.
Yep. Cool.
Amazing, and they'll be able to choose their own.
They'll be able to choose their own. Great.
I'll delete the other option. They can choose their room. They may not return to the main session anytime. Do not automatically sign. How long would you like, Shannon?
Well, so picky. Let me figure that out. Look at their time.
75 minutes. Yeah, Shannon, when you sent me the link to Bernadette Peters, I'm like, is this some like sort of game where I have to figure out what the themes are for reading this Bernadette Peters article?
I was so excited. I was like, I'm not going to pay $400 for her science stuff, but
Right, but still.
But still.
Someone would.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to make these breakouts. We're going to start with 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But if people are like, oh my gosh, we're right in the middle of something, then we will.
Correct. I don't have to close them yet. Cool.
Well, I'm back. You know how growing up in Kansas, you get used to lots of big storms and they just sort of mess everything up. That's what's happening to me. They're like big explosions happening here. I feel just
So glad, okay, I had the slides open and was looking for where we were.
God bless you. God bless you. Well, yeah. I'll never forget being in French middle school and having a tornado actually leap over the school when they all brought us up from the basement. They were like, "I think we're fine." And then we were like, "What's happening out the window?" "Oh, that's a tornado. Maybe we shouldn't."
I was
maybe-
teaching at Lundgren when that happened.
Were you?
I live across the street from French Middle School right now.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh man. So
it was not a fun day.
no, it was a scary day.
Yeah.
It
So-
destroyed. There was people that were ahead of us in school at Topeka West that were there at Topeka West High School that day. That this one guy, he was like went back to his car to get something, and it picked his car up and like threw it across the parking lot with him in it. You remember Anthony Golden, Shannon Polly? He told me that story.
Oh my gosh.
It was before our time. But yeah,
Wow.
it destroyed a building of the high school. It was pretty crazy. What it did
was.
to the high school.
Well, the storms have kicked me off twice. I hope we're gonna be I'm gonna be fine. If not, you're in good hands with Doug, with your handout, and with Brad. But I would love, yeah, Mark, you're getting a shout out on your graphic recording. It looks awesome. I love it. We've got a radio tower, we've got a lighthouse. You guys are so visual. So Brad, I would love for you to play the song. So Brad shared with me the song Sound Plus Vision that the entire library staff recorded and that Lauren is the lead singer of. And I just thought it was a great way to think about what we're doing today. So take it away, Brad.
All right, I just need the ability to screen share real quick.
Yeah, let's make Brad a co-host. And
That's on you, Aaron.
there we go.
Oh, here we go. Okay. So I don't know how many people have heard this song. I asked Heather if she had heard it, and she said she hadn't. This predates Jim. This was when Ed Rose was our engineer, and a lot of people played on this. Sean, Joel, me, Lauren, I think Jenny, other people sang backup. If you participate in this song and I've forgotten to mention you, please say so in the chat. This is what something can sound like coming right out of our studio. I do have to say my vocals were heavily auto-tuned, so I cannot take for credit for singing on tune here, but here it is.
Ilka's on it too. And Kristen.
We are not hearing anything.
We're not hearing it's paused
Oh.
or no audio. So Brad, you have to, when you share, you have to
Click the two boxes.
those two boxes at the bottom.
I was
that
wondering
say
about that. Yeah, here,
Optimize
hold
for
on.
sound and yeah.
I was wondering.
Hey,
I know how to do that even. The share button was different than normal. There it is. Pardon.
No worries.
Shall we try again?
We
What
want to hear
we
Ilka,
did
Kimberly, and Kristen.
after lunch
too.
without a tech issue? Okay, here we go. What in the world is wrong with the world? What just happened? It just stopped playing.
No.
First part was good. I mean, I enjoyed it.
Maybe I'll
Everyone's
get
just gonna have to sing it in real time.
Aw.
That's right.
It just paused. What was that all about? And now I can't play the audio file.
Wait, okay, I think I can play it. I will not be circumvented. Okay, let me try.
It's going to be so worth it.
It's going to be so worth it. All right. Wait, let me make sure I click the buttons. No, I didn't, but I'm going to. It's going to be so worth it. The anticipation's killing me. Way more fun. Way more fun. That was amazing. When I saw the sound studio, when I went to visit it, I was like, oh, I'm so jealous. I want to come back. I have a friend who, she's a Broadway actress. She was on My Crazy Ex-Boyfriend, and she literally recorded her CD in her bathroom because it had the best sound on a shoestring. And I thought, if she had if she had the Sound Plus Vision recording studio, what she could have done. Amazing talent, so much talent. We just, that maybe part of the benefit of having 2 years to plan is that these ideas just kept coming, and we were like, so, is there any special talents people have, anything people want to share? And I Googled, hot bands in Lawrence, and Brad was like, oh yeah, he works at the library, and he works at the library. My first word was library, like all the cool people are at the library. So as if that were not enough inspiration, I want to share. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait. That was too good. I gotta pause on that. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna move into the design phase, which is how basically what we did. This is what we did, is that we took the themes that came out of your dreams, what you specifically just said, and we're going to have you choose which group you want to brainstorm around. And just to give you a little bit of a background, I'm gonna, JC and the Nuns, that's right, and Thigh Master, that's right. Those were the ones. I was like, Thigh Master, that sounds amazing. So this is the way it's gonna work, is we're at the design phase, and we're gonna skip this for a second. We're gonna go way back here to the design phase. So the design, you know, the great thing about this process is that it all comes from you. You guys clearly have enough creativity. You are high performing, you are innovative, you are smart, you have a lot of fun, you're really good musicians. Nobody needs to like pass down from on high what's initiative should be. You've already come up with them in mere minutes. So the way it's going to work is this. We're going to look at designing the future, designing the library of 2024 that you want to create right now. So I don't know if you ever saw this IDEO video. I'll post the link in the chat later, but basically they took these designers from IDEO, big expensive design firm, fancy design firm, and they had them redesign a grocery shopping cart. And it was really, they wanted to get the most innovative way to redesign the shopping cart. And it has separate baskets that you can move. You basically leave the shopping cart in one place. It has the scanner on it, which some grocery stores have right now. And it's also a little more sleek. And it's more efficient to leave the grocery cart in one place and to bring food back to it than to roll it around with you, apparently. So we want you to think about redesigning the library of the future in this way. There's a specific process. We're going to have you go big picture, and we're going to put you in groups. We're going to have you brainstorm first of like as many ideas as you possibly can. And the way that we'd love for you to do this is that in the breakout rooms, you can create your own whiteboard, or you can just open up a Google Doc and have people type in it at the same time. However you want to capture the ideas, or you can have one person who's the recorder who's typing the ideas as they come fast and furious. Because we want you, design is crucial, as you know from the building you work in. We shape our structures and our structures shape us. Design renders visible our hopes and dreams. It is the first sign of human intentions. But unfortunately, we often live in worlds that others design. And I think part of the magic of the library is the actual architecture of it, and that design and the space and what it creates. So we want to give you the chance to be the architect of your library of the future. So what we did on the lunch break was we compiled your ideas from the dream phase, and we have put them into 9 categories. And if we were in person at the library or another space, we would have you vote with your feet. I would have big flip charts around the room, and you would literally get up and walk to the flip chart that interested you the most. Now we have a little bit different way of doing that, maybe a little less noisy, but might be still a little bit chaotic. I promise it'll settle down in a minute. But I want you to pick your top 2 choices, maybe 3. Because we want to have an even distribution of people. Not that you should pick something you're not interested in doing, but that you might have to pick your second choice if like 90 people go to one room, because that won't be helpful for brainstorming. So these are the design groups. This is what we heard from your dreams before lunch. And Brad is going to share some, if we need to have any clarity on what these mean. The first thing was we heard you talk about possibly a new branch, a way to connect with people on, different parts of Lawrence. So if a new branch is interesting to you, make that one of your top 2 or 3 choices. We heard you talk about a county-wide library system. If you want to brainstorm about that, you will choose that breakout room. The third is technology. Now, I realize this is a large category, so it could go a lot of directions, but we've seen technology be really crucial in the last year. If you want to brainstorm how you can take that even further, that'll be one of your choices. The fourth is about outreach to the community, that those pneumatic tubes, those visions you had of the lighthouse, how do you want to connect to the community? Now, obviously, there's a little Venn diagram between technology and outreach to the community, and you'll just have to parse out, which speaks to you more. The fifth one is around leading, around inclusivity and equity. We heard a lot of those themes in what you reported out. So if that interests you, you can go to that group. The sixth is around funding, because if you want a new branch, if you want to outreach to the community, then we're going to have to get some money around it, talk to the city, figure out how to influence them, how to inspire them around what you're wanting to do. Number 7, you talked about outdoor spaces. So the outdoors has been really crucial in this last year. How could you leverage the footprint of the library, those outdoor spaces, other outdoor spaces in Lawrence? The 8th one, I heard, this is Staff Day Plus, right? So this is about you as staff. You mentioned flexible hours, you mentioned connection, you mentioned loving to collaborate across silos. So we wanted that to be a category. And then the 9th one, I will admit, was not specifically from what you said, but it was sort of implied in the day, which is that, you implied that having one mission coming together, like moving the library from Borders and back, that unified the whole group. And when I did my interviews a year and a half ago, a lot of you said, we just want a clear vision of where we're going. And maybe the mission statement, the visioning statement, strategic initiatives need to evolve. They don't specifically label equity and inclusivity as part of them. Maybe you want them to. So if you like wordsmithing, if you want to help with the strategy, the anchor, if you think that, Imagine More is great and we might want to revise that, then that's the group for you. They are really good, Margaret, because you came up with them. You came up with them. All of you did. So, Brad, anything that I did not say or that you want to correct or add to?
No, I think that's perfect. No, I think you touched on it all really well.
Okay. So the way it's going to work is this. If you have your handy dandy participant guide, that'll be helpful. So first, I want you to think about, what are my top 3 choices? And just write that down now, so you know where you're going to go. And if we get 80 people in one room and I say, all right, some of you got to move to your second choice, you'll know. So write that down. Then on page 9, this is what we're going to do. We're going to start out with some brainstorming where you don't edit. This is what IDEO does. We want you to brainstorm creative ideas that might be done to realize your dream. Think about the things that can be developed into something tangible, a prototype of a project, a pilot, or an initiative, something physical. That's partly what IDEO does, is they create something that they can rapidly prototype. If it's, an email missive that goes out to the community, maybe you have the 1-pager of the email. I mean, you guys are whizzes at Canva and creating things in 2 seconds, so you know what I mean. The second is, after you've done maybe 10 minutes of brainstorming, where you just put all the ideas out on the wall, don't edit, be radical, try to focus on one conversation at a time, only build with ands, and be visual. Once you've done that, then I want you to, as a group, find a way to vote on 1 or 2 ideas that you think will have the best opportunity for success. Those which you are willing to dedicate your time to. Because the only way this is going to happen is if you want to make it happen. So we'll have wide brainstorming. You vote on 2 things, and then what's a first step to deliver on it? What decisions could you make, and whose support do you need? So we're going to give you 30 minutes in the breakout room to do this. And we'll ping you at about the 10-minute mark when you might want to move from the brainstorming to the voting and the voting to, you know, how to develop those 1 or 2 things. And then we'll go from there. Questions, comments? I know it seems a little crazy, but Doug is going to help you choose the way it's going to work. Now, you know the drill. You're going to pick a discussion leader, a timekeeper, a recorder, and a reporter. Because this is the thing, even if you're like, I really want to be in this group, but I like that group too, you're still going to get to hear what the other group is brainstorming on. You will still get to weigh in and share thoughts about what their ideas are. And in the future, we're going to probably roll out meetings and working groups with these ideas, and you'll be able to attend. So I know you're picking one today, but you'll be able to do others later. Okay. Doug Shapiro. Yes.
All right, everybody. In a moment, I'm going to click open all the rooms. And when I do, then and only then, you'll see the breakout rooms button on the bottom of your screen. Once I do that, you will see a list of all of the rooms. The names of the breakout rooms will be on one side. On the opposite side, you will see a number, a blue number, which will tell you how many people are on the room. You'll need to hover over that number, and then you'll see the join option. So here we go. I am opening all of our rooms. Do you see everything? So go ahead and click on the breakout rooms button, and you see the different rooms titled. Great. On the right of your screen, you'll see the number right now will probably be around 0. As people start joining the rooms, you see the numbers changing. It's very exciting. Yep, take your mouse, hover over the blue part, one of those numbers, and you will see the join option. Rooms are getting chosen.
Rooms are getting filled. Okay.
So exciting.
Very exciting. We have 50 people who are still deciding where they want to go. Brad, if you can wait till
engagement can use some love. Renewed mission can use some love.
Yeah, Brad, if you can wait to choose one until the end, I think that'd be good.
Countywide library system can use some love.
Outdoor spaces. So I think outreach to community has a lot. I'm wondering.
Please do not outreach your community anymore.
No, it's good. No, it's good. I'm just wondering, Brad, if, and the new branch has 13. I'm wondering if the outreach to community, is there a way to break it down into 2, or should I ask them to choose their second choice? What do you think?
You know, I mean, I do think that is really going to be a main focus in the next 2 years. So that's not a bad idea. And then we'd have, I'm in support of that if you want to divide that into half.
I'm not able to add a breakout room at this time.
Okay. Well, we have 17 in there. I'm going to nudge them and see if there's anyone who wants to move to a second group. What I would say for you, Brad, is that the lesser groups that you might want to join are Renewed Mission, which only has 4 people, and Funding, which only has 4 people. So I'm going to ask you to choose one of those, and I'm going to nudge the exclusivity has 17 now, and equity, and outreach has 18. So what do you think?
I can join Renewed Mission or Funding and Advocacy with, you know.
Okay. Are you okay with a large group for the equity and for the outreach, or you want me to ask them to choose something else?
What do you think? I mean, is 17 too many? It's more than I kind of thought we were going to have, but
yeah. I'll go nudge and see what they say.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back.
I still see Mike and Tamara and Philip. Do you need any help from me? You could turn on your audio.
Which group has the lowest number?
The lowest number currently is Renewed Mission could use some love.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Philip. How
it's a
about
good
you?
group in there. There's good folks in there.
Any one of them.
Say again, Philip.
In any of them.
Jump into renewed mission. That'd be lovely.
I can't see it.
Scroll all the way down. Actually, I'll assign you to renewed mission. Here you go.
Okay.
Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
Tamara, you wanted to go there too?
That's fine. What's the next group that has not very many people?
Staff engagement or
That's
countywide library
probably,
system.
that's probably outside my range of expertise.
Okay.
For
Staff
funding
engagement or
and
renewed
advocacy.
mission?
Pardon?
Renewed mission or staff engagement?
Renewed mission.
Off you go. Take care.
Thank you.
Sure. And Mike Reiner, are you here? Need help? Or Amy
Mike?
M?
Mike has had some challenges today with technology, I think.
And Amy M?
So Brad, I didn't get anybody moving. So we just have some big groups, which it's okay. I mean, they're passionate about it. That might keep
Yeah.
things rolling.
That'll be all right. Amy's here in the building. I know that her kiddo is here, so she might be
Okay.
I know, maybe just
I'm going to send Amy to renewed mission.
okay.
Okay. Fair
And
enough.
I think I'm going to choose that Mike's really involved with that too.
Okay. And what do you want to do, Brad?
If you have all those folks in there, you've got I'm trying to see who all's where. You've got a good group there in renewed mission. I'm happy to go into funding and advocacy with that group.
That'd be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm a host now, so I can just join. There you go. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And Shannon, I'm off camera. I have another computer in the other room that I took a photo of the first one, and now I'm on the other computer cleaning it up in Photoshop and making it pretty.
Sweet.
Yay.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah. And I sent you this one too behind me.
Did you? Oh, awesome.
I
Yay,
did.
beautiful.
Yeah. I would use the newer one, because after you listed the 9, I made sure I had the 9 on there and circled them in yellow.
Oh, okay.
So you call them out.
Okay, I'll use a new one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. It's so gorgeous.
My God, what a great idea.
Isn't it cool? I mean, Brad was like, really? Do you think we should do it? And I was like, yes.
Never even heard of
absolutely.
it, and it works for this so well.
Yeah.
And he's so attractive. Oh,
I mean,
there he is. I'm so sorry.
I'm here. I'm a huge advocate of it. I can still hear you guys, so
I
I wanted to come back over too, since you're talking about it.
Yeah.
It's so different when it's in the room, like if I the COVID thing, it is what it is. But oh my God, if you're in the room, it blows minds and melts faces, man. Like it's great. It really ends up getting everybody together. They interact with it. They talk with me. They point at hey, that's what I said, and you caught it, like stuff like that. It's a really cool thing to do.
But the thing is that these can be so death by Zoom, but I feel like if people have something else to look at and a visual, that they've been so engaged, all day today. So I think in some
having
ways,
that on the side, yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. That was one of those things I was a little worried about when we had to change over to Zoom. But then I realized people get so bored, just staring at these little tiny stamp-sized windows of stuff. At least I'll have something to look at and engage.
And
I can never do this job because I have a parrot who's on my shoulder a lot, and there would just be like something down my back that I would have no way of knowing about until the thing was over.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I like facilitating because I can flip chart in real time, whereas if they won't let me use Mural or Miro, I can't type in real time. So they're like, let's have everything on PowerPoint, which is death. And so I feel like it's happening in real time, which keeps them engaged. Whereas PowerPoint, they're like, they fall asleep. So.
And I was surprised when you were saying that you wanted all the little notes from people. I'm like, well, why didn't they just use Miro? Because then they could have written the notes as is, and you would have had them right there.
Well, it's true. We could have done Miro. It was just an issue of the number of people, and it was just 100 people working
Oh,
in
right.
at the
Yeah.
same
There's a lot of
time.
people. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Right.
a lot of people, and
Right.
I just had this worry that like people weren't going to be able to find it, and we have so much to cover in one day
Yeah.
that I thought, I
Yeah.
mean, we're going to get the essence of it with what you have, but
Right.
I decided to take a pass on that. So
If I can jump in for a moment.
No, that's yeah.
Shannon,
Yeah.
after 10 minutes, you need me to ping them. What do you need me to say?
the truth is that these groups are so big, they're going to need more time. So
Okay.
this is what I'm going to say. What time are we at? We're at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that let me sit down with the timing and let me get back to you in a second.
You got
okay?
it.
Okay, cool.
Right. And I'm going to go do some photoshopping.
You got it. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Need me to send them any messages?
Yeah, you could tell them to, well, no, I think what I'm gonna do is at 3 their time, 2 our time. Oh yeah, 3 our time. Oh,
Okay.
wait. Yeah.
In
3
9
our
minutes.
time. We can send them this. Hold on, I need to send one thing and then I'm gonna I can get right back to you. Give me 1 sec. I'm sending something to the vision group. Okay, so now what you can send them in the chat is this. Start thinking about that. That make sense, Doug?
Just right, start thinking about that.
Does that make sense? To tell them, right, I typed in the chat, please start on the following tasks, brainstorming the ideas.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Please start. I got his piece by piece.
Showing Chris now. Oh, right, yes.
I've been popping in and out of breakout rooms to put this in their chat bars, but I kind of lost track of where I was. I got about
Okay.
7 of them.
Okay. Okay.
I was still like 4 minutes. I could still go back in and check. At 3 minutes, what did you want me to do?
As long as you put that in the chat. Okay, so this is the way it's gonna work. We're gonna give them, we're gonna tell them we're gonna give them, after they do that, we're going to put in the chat bar that they're gonna get 20 more minutes to do this, which is thinking about their the presentation.
Okay.
So they'll have actually no, I'm gonna give them,
I think if I don't close the breakout rooms, I think we're okay. I hope it doesn't end automatically.
why would it end on, oh, can you turn the timing off? Oh shoot, it's gonna end automatically.
Well, I don't know that it'll do that. Let me look at the breakout rooms.
Look at
I
the
think
breakout
if I
rooms.
close it, it does. Yeah, when I click close rooms, then they have 30 seconds. But if I don't close the rooms, maybe it'll work out.
The timing, I think if you put timing, it might automatically close the breakout rooms.
I don't think so. We may be okay.
Okay, if it does, it's fine.
So we'll
And
deal with it.
we'll deal with it.
So now that we're almost at 5 minutes, would you like me to say you have 20 more minutes to start thinking about your presentation?
No, let's wait till 5 minutes is up and see if they close or not. And
And
if they
don't,
close,
we'll leave a message.
if they
saying,
don't leave a
surprise.
message, congratulations. No, what I'm going to actually have you do is I'm going to say, you get 30 minutes, which includes a 15-minute break. So 15 minutes to prepare your presentation and 15 minutes for a break. And I'll want you back here at 2:35.
Okay.
That makes sense? Or 2:40, whatever we hit, so that we'll combine the break and the final work, and they will self-organize.
So I'll put surprise, exclamation point. You have 15 minutes for your presentation.
To prepare your presentation,
To-
not a 15-minute presentation.
Why type out loud for your presentation. Then a 15-minute break. Return to the main room at what time? 2:35, you said?
Return to the main room. Let's see, 5. We'll say 2:40.
Great. 2:40 p.m. Central Time, right?
Ready with your 3-minute report out, or yeah, 3-minute report out. Because we have 9 groups, so 9 times 3 is 30. Yeah.
Darn, wouldn't allow me to say this much. 15 minutes for your presentation, 15 break. 2:40 p.m. They're all Central Time, so I don't need to say that.
No, because they know where they are.
2:40 p.m. Ready to go with your presentation.
Yeah.
Ah,
Just say ready to go.
ready to present.
Yeah.
Glad we have 5 minutes because it almost took me that long to do it. All right, cool. So we're at 3:23 now. And then when it finishes, I'll say, surprise, you have 15 minutes to prepare your presentation, then a 15-minute break and return to the main room at 2:40 p.m. ready to present.
Bam. What?
Bam. The power of musical theater actors. What's my role today? On it.
You're on it.
You too.
Sweet.
You're sweet.
But ooh.
Yes.
So the notes in the chat are kind of what I want them to think about. The desired outcome, idea, first step, and help.
Well, I've put them in most of the breakout rooms. Like I put them in the chat in most of them.
Got it. Okay, you already did that. Okay,
Right.
I'm tracking. Okay. And it is in their handout. So this is the thing. If we'd given them Miro, then they'd be like, what? Where am I going?
Exactly.
I have a handout and that.
And if you want, like while they're doing this, we could each take, you take 5 groups, I'll take 4 groups, and we'll pop in and say, hey, everyone, just want to make sure you got these points.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that desired or no?
Yeah. So that means, Mark, we'll be back at 3:40 your time to hear their report outs. Cool.
That's fine. No worries. I think I got the first page cleaned up. Do you want me to email that to you now directly? You want to wait till everything's done and send it all in one batch? Does it matter?
Yeah, you can send it all in one batch, I think. That's probably good.
All right.
I can't do anything with it right now.
We have a Kevin Vick. Kevin Vick,
Yeah.
Are you here? Do you need help? I see you're not in a room. Kevin Vick, do you need help? Kevin Vick, you're going to renewed mission.
That's where we're sending you.
That's where everyone goes.
Okay, I'm gonna
Do you like
visit.
the idea of us bouncing into rooms, or do you think we're good?
I like bouncing. Especially because I have this handy dandy slide that could help them, especially the really big groups. But they're gonna do what they do. So let's see what
Okay,
happens in
now.
48 seconds.
Yep. I'll take renewed mission, staff engagement. I'll take outdoor spaces. And I'll take funding and advocacy.
So you're taking the bottom 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're bottom for now.
Right. Okay.
All right, let's see what happens in 17
17
seconds.
seconds. Jinx.
So exciting. Because it's going to say we're done.
It's
I'm
like
gonna say-
Y2K. What's gonna happen? Y2K.
And keep breakout rooms open. Click.
Yay. Okay, great. So
And now broadcast.
okay.
Oh no.
What?
That thing that we wrote is gone.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
And we'll stop in to let you know next steps. There we go. Okay, we can go to the rooms now.
Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna tell them about the break. All right, I'll just tell them now.
Did it.
Alrighty. They were all sort of midstream. They were like, yeah, whatever. But that's
You got
good.
this. You guys can go.
I mean, I gave them a chance to like, take a break. So I don't want to take a break. I can't do anything about it. It's delightful. I would like to share some good news.
Yes, please.
I volunteered to be part of this coaching consortium for women leaders. And I was like, okay, great. I'll help women leaders around the world. And they sent me it. And they were like, by the way, it's 30 hours of commitment over the next month and a half. And you have to meet here and here and here and here. And I was like, what? And I'm on the meeting yesterday. And I normally don't multitask, but I was like, dude, I got an AI summit. I got this. I got these cranky engineers tomorrow. And she emails me today and she says, well, we actually have a need for one less coach. And we wanted to know if you wanted to opt out and maybe come back in the fall. And I was like,
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I would.
Yes, I would like to opt out.
I already did.
I already did. You just didn't know it.
How are the Philippines this morning?
Philippines were lovely. He's a lovely gentleman. I felt bad having to cut him off, but I do. He's such a nice guy. He's like, he's in I think he might be in Singapore, actually. That's terrible. Wrong country. But he's a white guy leading a team of local people, local women in Singapore. And he's like, I'm not a diverse leader. I'm like a white guy. And so he's a really nice guy.
Wonderful.
Doing his best. This is something I would love for you to save for me. If it is possible, I don't know if we have to screenshot it or what, but I need to get the names of everybody in the groups because we want to know who's in what group.
Would reading off help?
No. I just screenshotted it. Okay, that's all right.
Oh, so you're screenshotting each one?
I just screenshotted the breakout groups. I'm just gonna save that because for the future we'll have to know who's in what group and what they want to work on.
Okay. Did you only get the little bit that you can see, or did you get the whole thing?
I think I got the whole thing. I have a big screen. I took like 3 shots, so I'm good.
Great. My cat is snoring right now, and it's adorable.
Oh, you have a cat too? A cat and a bird? That's dangerous.
Cat and 2 birds.
Yeah. What's the other bird's name?
The other bird is Mango.
Oh.
Mango and Chico are both, they're both rescues. We got them both about 1.5 years ago when our Lucy passed away, who was an African gray.
Oh.
And the very, very manipulative vet said, oh, well, Sean, since you had a redhead and an African gray, does it happen to have one of each? And if you want to meet them and maybe take one home. We became friends with the vet tech after that. And she was like, I was so mad at her. That was so manipulative. And I'm amazed she didn't start playing In the Arms of an Angel.
Yeah, that's damn.
But that bird trained Ricky because the other bird was here before Ricky. Ricky was interested, and then she bit him on the ear and he was not interested anymore. And she'd like dip her talon in the water and fling water at him. It was not a Sylvester and Tweety situation.
I bet.
So then this goes until 5 o'clock our time.
It does. So I'm sorry for the confusion on the timing. I should have reminded.
Got me there even earlier. It was great.
Both. Yeah, exactly. But I'm going to step away since we have 20 minutes. So
you got it.
I'm going to breathe.
I have been asked to attend.
Hey, Doug. I said I was going to. Hi. I'm getting. So Brad's a little confused about the breakout room. So that means Brad did not get a message. Did you pop into the funding room?
Yeah, he was there talking.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
maybe,
funding and advocacy. He was there.
yeah. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll give them 5 minutes.
Yep,
And then we'll just close the room so that people actually take a break because I want them
you
to
got
take
it.
a break.
That's fair.
I'll send a message. And they'll figure it out. If they want to do their presentation, they'll figure it out. Okay. Cool. So you want to close the rooms in 5 minutes? Or you want me to do it?
I will close them in 5 minutes. Go take your time.
Thank you.
Sure. Hi, Tracy. How are you? Hi, Liza. How you doing?
Did you say
Hi.
something?
Yeah, I
said
just
hello
said
to both
hi.
of you. I see that you're both back.
So we're all on break now, right?
You can
Yes,
be on
ma'am.
break.
Okay, good.
And I'm going to actually close the rooms in 2 more minutes, but feel free to
Okay.
take your break till
Yeah, I'm gonna
2:40.
take a break.
Thanks, Tracy.
Hello, everyone. Take a break. You have 15 minutes. We'll see you at 2:40 your time. Take a break. You have till 2:40. Get some water.
So I saw from the chat that it is Christopher Walken More Cowbell's birthday, but there was some other birthday, a staff birthday today. Am I right?
It was a long time ago in the chat.
It was a long time ago in the chat.
We were very young.
Whose birthday is it? Whose birthday?
I don't
Angus
think it's
Young.
staff birthday.
Who?
It was
Angus Young from ACDC.
it was Carrie Watson, who was like one of the original librarians in the 1800s in Lawrence.
Oh,
wow.
I was like, I just ran the birthday list yesterday and there was no birthdays.
So we're going to have to sing really loud if she's going to hear us.
Well, Christopher Walken's still hanging on, but he might say hi to her soon. Who knows? No, that's terrible. I was an extra in a TV show with him. He is just as weird in person as you would think.
And it's perfect. And he dances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crazy
That's
dude.
awesome. It's when you meet people that are weird in not real life and then they're not really weird, that it's like there was a Andrew Smith author who writes pretty outlandish stuff and he was like super tame when I met him and I thought he'd be like much more crazy.
That's his outlet.
Yeah, it was slightly disappointing. I was like, I thought you would be weirder.
Brad, if you're back, what's the name of I was thinking of a win from the library. What's the name of the author of Undefeated who like held up his phone and called Mo Willems when he was talking to the kids?
Oh, one of our youth services people will say it faster than me.
It's Kwame Alexander. It was
Kwame
so
Alexander.
funny. He just kept calling all of the most famous book authors that he knew, and then Mo Willems called him back.
It was
so funny.
hilarious.
That's
Loved it.
Amazing. I think that's the most amazing story to be like, I mean, my kids would die if Mo Willems was on the phone.
Yeah, he tried to call Jeff Kinney first.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know who that is. He's the guy who wrote the Dork Diaries, or did he try to call Daft Pilkey? I think it was Jeff
No,
Kinney.
he tried. It was you're
Diary
right,
of a
Jeff
Wimpy
Kinney.
Kid.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
Jeff
the Diary of
Kinney.
a Wimpy- I was excited. Zadie's been into Mo Willems big time, so that was a big one for me. I was like, oh my god! I told Zadie when I got home, like, the guy that writes your pigeon book and the Knuffle Bunny book, he was on a Zoom meeting. Well, she don't know what a Zoom meeting is, but yeah, she was like, what?
My husband drew the pigeon on the old library walls when we had that day where you could draw all over the library.
Oh, that's so awesome. Well, welcome back. I hope you had a good break. I know that it is matzah toffee. No, matzah toffee sounds amazing.
You're going to have to get new kids.
That does sound
I know.
amazing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's
So
also called
Passover.
Matzah Crack and not for nothing because it is amazing. And
Wow.
yes, I'm just selling them all to the circus. They're gone. They're adults, by the way, but they're all sold to the circus. There's a limited amount of kosher for Passover snacks that are in this house, and they are gone.
Wait a minute. Shirley, Langston Hughes celebrated the library? Tell me more. That's amazing. How did
Okay.
Langston Hughes?
Well, he was excluded from the public pool. He was excluded from so many places in Lawrence. We're talking about the Jim Crow era, but the Lawrence Public Library in the Carnegie Building did not exclude anyone.
Oh,
And he visited there many times.
wow.
And that specific fact is part of a sign on the Burroughs Creek Trail
Oh,
that
wow.
celebrates Langston Hughes' time in Lawrence and recognizes the exclusion of children of color from trying to go to the amusement carnival that was in far eastern Lawrence.
Wow.
But he could go to the library, and he did.
That was Bismarck Gardens.
I don't know if that's the
North
name.
Lawrence.
It
No,
was
this
in-
is East Lawrence.
Yeah, this was East Lawrence. Cannot think what the name of it is, but it's
Amazing.
He
on
writes
the
about it
Rose
in his-
Creek Trail. Yeah.
So much history, so much goodness, inclusivity. So now we are going to get to hear from you. What are some of the plans that you started developing and brainstorming? And we're going to go in order of the groups as they're listed in the chat panel. So would the new branch representative please stand up, tell us your name so we can spotlight you quickly.
That's me. I'm Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah. So our summation is that we want a branch or two to provide more access to the city. We had lots of talk about what kinds of services we would provide, where the branches would be located, given a neighborhood feel, more spaces for collections, more access to materials, tech, meeting rooms, and more jobs for the city. And we need to start by getting the support of the board, the Friends and Foundation, creating task force to do external and internal focused work, conduct some preliminary feasibility studies, and also maybe use our new outreach endeavors to gather statistics to help us build this information. That's it.
Fantastic. So listeners, what I want you to do is in the chat panel, I'd like you to type in any kudos, like love that idea, any questions you have for the new branch group, any suggestions you have for them, so that we can have a bit of a feedback loop. And I'm going to start, I can't spell branch, but I'm going to start a new, so that when we look at the chat panel, we'll know what the notes are about. So we're not going to be able to answer all of those questions right now, but at least they'll be able to keep those questions and comments for later. And it also will tie into the overlap, the Venn diagram I talked about of that with community outreach. So as you'll see, when you take these groups out past today, as they will live on past today, you may have emissaries from one group talk to another and figure out how you can collaborate or have a meeting together. And I know that the leadership team's having a meeting tomorrow, so I know we'll have a lot to talk about how to take this forward. Great. A county-wide library system. Who would like to talk on that?
That is me. I'm Kathleen Morgan. And our brainstorming kind of covered a lot of different grounds. Just the need to get information was kind of the main focus. Like what sort of services lacking. We got into a lot of digital equity issues. There's a lot of problems with connectivity in rural areas outside of Lawrence and surrounding Douglas County. And that's created a huge problem for, I mean, like any other, if you don't have access to such a basic utility, then there's a lot of access you don't have because you don't have a decent internet connection. And as far as what we distilled from our conversation, our ideas were to start with a SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment done by the 3 library directors of the 3 libraries in the county, which are Lawrence, Eudora, and Baldwin. And then based on that, if they think that there is reason to continue to put together some sort of community survey where we ask the residents of the county exactly what they would like. It's also important to call the other players together, like the county, the city, Nichols, and the township representatives. And then the next step after that would be for the county to lead some sort of feasibility study that, or host a countywide conversations to get more additional feedback. Funding obviously is a concern and an issue if you want to do your study correctly. And the idea that we had there is the county and city is receiving a pretty hefty sum of stimulus money. And if we could work with the county to perhaps get a portion of that so that we could, just a little bit, so we could do a good survey And that would get us started, because any good project has to be rooted in good information. And so we felt that that was the best step to move forward with this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kathleen. I see a lot of good questions and comments in the chat panel. If you have more questions about or comments about where to get the money, how to do the study, ideas for the countywide library system, please post that there. And while you're posting, we'll get our technology person spotlighted. Who's gonna speak on technology?
Me, Jim.
Okay.
So yeah, in our technology room, we had a good brainstorming session about maker spaces and software upgrades and digital media literacy and lots of topics. We ended up landing on the first one was very relevant, is a book van, which we're working on right now as a library. And so we got a chance to brainstorm with the group what all we think would be best to include on a book van technology wise. So ideas included the library and as a rolling advertisement for the library, mobile one-on-one tech help, mobile printing, and then we had some cool ideas about easier use for patrons and staff, like digital library cards, maybe a way you can scan your phone instead of having to have your physical library card or having your number memorized. You can kind of maybe if you had a kiosk that you could browse our digital collection, kind of like a Redbox, and you could maybe with only your phone, maybe scan your phone and have the title put on your phone. I mean, technology brainstorming is kind of a tough one because there's a lot of there are a lot of actual issues with it, to pull it off. But the van would be a mobile hotspot. It would advertise ebooks and maybe could have a computer or two for checking email. So that's all things we might take into account while we're building our actual library book van. So that was really useful. So on steps, action steps, we're actually in the process of doing that right now. So we are doing it.
Are there any questions you have for the group, Jim? Any things you would want help with brainstorming or?
As far as this goes, I think this was, no, not necessarily.
Okay, that's fine. And as you see with these groups, as they report out, you'll be in different places. And since technology is picking something to go deeper on that they've already started, they'll be at a different place than someone who's just started talking about it this afternoon. I love the idea. Oh, the printing does sound amazing. With my kids home during the pandemic, I was lucky to have a printer that worked, but I have a lot of friends who did not and found it really hard. All right. Outreach to community. This was a large group. Nobody wanted to leave when I said pick your second choice. So let's hear you. Who's our speaker?
Adam.
Okay.
What we came up with mainly was, it's already been talked about a little bit, is like a bookmobile, something to travel around, to get out, find programs and events that maybe an actual librarian could be a part of it, maybe give some feedback to people. Another thing we have is like a community assessment, say like a survey. Maybe we could do it paperless. It'd give regular feedback, always ways to expand. I don't know, it could be as simple, like I said, when I clean or whatever, I see this little deal out front and it just has smiley faces on it, and all you have to do is push one, something so simple. And then, which would leave, if we were to get surveys and stuff, it'd find where places the library could be needed, like places that don't offer the library, say like Bishop Seabury to old folks homes, just places where the library could be used.
Wonderful. I love that. Surveys to get feedback, immediate feedback, just like the data we were talking about, how whatever changes you make.
Continuous, like once a month or something. Always
Yeah.
expand it, keep going further, learn.
Yeah. Yeah. Sean has some good questions in the chat about mobile tech, maybe a mobile branch, mobile services become a branch. Adult care homes, that's right. Fantastic. Thank you for that, Adam. All right. Leading in inclusivity and equity. Who's speaking for that?
That is me, who is Kimberly. Susan, I think, succinctly put it best. What we were trying to get across is decrease barriers, increase access. So we were able to boil down our ideas to 3 main tangible points that we could actually do in the library. One being have more signage that is in multiple languages, not just English or Spanish, as many as we can do. One of those was possibly retrofitting the kiosk, or not the fancy TV we basically have by the checkout station right now, possibly retrofitting it to make it so that it's more interactive, so we can give people more information in several different languages, or possibly getting a new kiosk. That would require speaking with Heather, who is our marketing coordinator, to get her input on the physical design of how we could come across this way, and also have someone mentioned welcome signs in multiple different languages, which would be a really cute way of entering the library. John would also need to be have this conversation so that we can make sure this is physically accessible and it is not in any way getting in the way of people from accessing the library. So we would also possibly need to hire contract people to be able to give these directions in different languages. Another thing that we would like to have happen is gender neutral bathrooms. For that, we would need obviously funding. We as a group decided that while it would possibly be easier to retrofit the downstairs bathrooms to be more gender neutral, it is more important to redesign the ones upstairs, because not only is that saying we welcome you, people who are gender non-conforming and trans, to use the bathroom when you can, but it also is, they are the most accessible in the library. They're the ones that you see right when you walk in. So those are the ones that should be as accessible to as many people as possible. Obviously that would involve conversations with Gold Evans, Brad, Kathleen about funding, John, all kinds of condos with a bunch of different people, and how we can make this a reality. And then lastly, card access, in that making less personal information would be required upfront if we can. So as is right now, we do require driver's license, photo ID, proof of address, so like a bill or whatever, which is limiting to patrons who might not have a driver's license or state ID, and who might not have a permanent place of residence. And so there would be all kinds of conversations, especially with Jeff, about how we would be able to provide library card access to patrons without that information, and a lot of research on other libraries who have maybe chosen this model of less information while still getting library cards into the hands of patrons, and how that might have affected specifically marginalized communities, so lower income, by POC, all that stuff. That's a lot of information. Those are the things that we came up with. Okay.
Love it.
Hopefully I got everything. And obviously, because this is diversity and equity in every single one of these conversations, the lovely Frankie would also be involved, as they are the best.
Yeah, I almost joined that group, and then I was like, I feel like this is too obvious. I'm going to give other people space to say things. And I was so excited about all the things that you said. So yeah, thank you.
You're so obvious, Frankie. No, I'm kidding. I like it. You're mixing it up. Thank you for that. I like the specificity. I like the who you have to talk to. I think the more specific we can get, the closer it gets, the lower hanging fruit it is. Okay, speaking of that, funding. A lot of these ideas are awesome, and we're gonna have to do some influencing and get some funding to make it happen. So who's talking about funding?
I guess that's me.
All right, Robert.
All
take it
right,
away.
we're trying to brainstorm funding and advocacy, and basically we wanted to make sure that funding dollars go to the areas where they were needed the most. And one thing that we sort of agreed upon was basically using the outreach vehicles to assess the needs of where a new library should be built or whatnot. And if we needed to fund more vehicles to do that, we would do that first before we would build a library. We also sort of looked at the needing, if we had excess funding, whether or not we could fund schools or whatnot, the school libraries or whatnot. If we had more funding or whatnot, the surplus or whatnot, that could be done too. And one of the other things we were looking at was maybe the need to access county funding and whatnot, to increase the amount of funding that we could get and whatnot. But I'm not sure how exactly to do that and whatnot. So let's see. That's about it.
Okay. Okay, so a vote for a fleet of vans, says Ruth. A fleet of vans, the LPL fleet. You know, maybe have black vans like some limos. I actually got in a car accident in a limo on my prom night in Lawrence, so I have fond memories. Thank you, Bob. All right, let's move to outdoor spaces. Who's speaking about that?
That's me, Angela.
Okay, thank you.
We were interested in having a larger library staff presence on the lawn to increase a welcoming presence to people who are outside of the library and increase the feeling of safety for people who are a little nervous about crossing our large sidewalk or lawn to get to the doorway. And in addition to that, providing maybe bringing up a covered walkway again from the parking garage to the library with either solar panels to cover it or a green roof, or in addition, also maybe a walkway to the pool in the same sort of vein. It would help with maybe holding temporary booths outside for different activities and programming. It also provide weather protection, but not shelter. And we'd have to get helps from Parks and Recreation and the Gould Evans, of course, to design it.
Well, it's exciting. We have a lot of excitement about covered walkways and a green roof and the pool. The library does not have a pool itself, Doug, but it's across the street. Thank you, Angela. All right, staff engagement. Who's going to be speaking about that?
That was my group. This is Erica. So I am the reporter.
Okay.
So we kind of focused on two different ideas. One is cross shadowing and the other is mental health. So I'll start with cross shadowing first. And what we would like to do is identify key duties that would fall through the cracks if that person was out for some reason. We would start by polling staff to find skills and interests for cross shadowing, which would also, we realize, create a little bit of pay grade conflict. So we would have to come up with a way to do pay grade consistency. And we thought all behind the scenes staff should be able to cover for front of the house staff. This would be good for mental health, as well as good for mixing up our work from home options so that all staff have an opportunity to work from home. This would result in less burnout, more connectivity and continuity. And to do this, we agreed that we would need BLT buy-in. Moving on to mental health, we wanted to focus on having less burnout and more work-life balance and how we would build practices and habits to support mental health. And that is also requiring a compassion for yourself as well as a compassion for your fellow staff. We thought one step to do this would be creating boundaries. We've had a little bit of conversation about email and different work hours and how that can weigh on people. We would draft a protocol and build wellness habits into everyday work life. We would like signage that communicates genuine care and tips, like take a deep breath, hydrate, just little things that maybe would remind you to take care of yourself. We also talked about the room of requirement, which some people call the crying closet. We need that to have a more positive feeling and environment to it in order to actually be used for what it's used for. We thought it'd be fun to have surprise things like therapy dogs visit the library and people could go pet them. We could have paid days for us to go out as staff members and volunteer for the community. We also talked about how we are definitely high performing staff, but we need language about how failure is okay and how perfection isn't required. We know having a cross-trained cohort, like we talked about just a moment ago, would give us support for when you need to take those days off and avoid burnout. We talked about more training for patron interactions, establishing healthy boundaries for self, for teammates, and for patrons, and having easy ways for front of the house staff to convey when they need support and how staff can help support that frontline staff. And again, for the buy-in, we would need BLT approval, and we would probably bring this to the board because it would be integrated into our employee handbook.
Wow, what wonderful detail. I love Heather added an idea about a sick day pool for giving hours to people who needed it. Hashtag
Actually do have that.
We do?
We do have that. Yep.
Oh, all right. All right, Heather, there you go. I love the dogs. I highly recommend hamsters as well, that you don't have to walk them. So thank you for those very, very specific ideas. And hopefully for the staff who are on the call, you can also access the recording of the resilience workshop that we did this week. So you can access that if that's helpful, has some tips in there. Okay, bringing it home, renewed mission. Who wants to talk about the visioning statement, strategic initiatives?
That is me. Hello.
Who's me?
Frankie, sorry, Frankie Haynes.
Okay, thank you, Frankie.
Okay. So we talked about all kinds of stuff. I mean, it was a lot. We spent a lot of time on brainstorming, but some things that we kept coming back to and we kept talking about were basically defining our role as the library and defining, what we do, but as well as what we don't do. Something that we said is that, we're a community connector, but we aren't necessarily the, what people are looking for. We can't be everything to everyone. And I think coming up with a mission statement that captures that will help us be able to define our role more clearly. And we can be really good at what we are doing. And we did kind of talk about what we would need to be able to do this. Tamara mentioned having like an ongoing planning committee, which we kind of have in some ways, but that was interesting to me. And we also mentioned doing a community needs assessment to help inform our new vision statement. And we kind of came back to, we want to have a core mission that is actionable in the sense that it informs what we do on a day-to-day basis. It defines our daily work at all levels. And yeah, again, we talked about, whittling down what we do, like who are we in the community? What do we do? What do we not do? And how do we communicate that to the community clearly? And how do we work with our community partners to get the needs met of our community members that maybe we shouldn't be meeting, but we can help them get connected. And then we also talked about our role as a place for open access to information and resources, and how that kind of is when we come down to it, what we are. And Polly mentioned, she said it in this way where, what are we doing that nobody else does? And we mentioned some things like giving away free books, giving away the free hotspots, giving away this free information in a way that's accessible. And Erin made a great point about, how we are a place that will preserve free thought. So those are all of the ideas. Oh, and we also talked about, again, rejecting neutrality. And we did kind of, I mean, a sticking point in general when it comes to rejecting neutrality is how do you reject neutrality but still act as a space for everyone? And we kind of came to the idea that, you know, our communities aren't neutral. Our communities have values, and therefore we should have values that reflect our communities and support our communities and create a safe space to learn and grow. And I hope I kind of covered everything there. We talked about so much.
Fantastic. I hope you captured those in notes. I like the richness of what you shared, and I know that there was probably a lot more that happened in the conversations. And I think that there's a lot of reinforcement for choosing what do you do and what do you not do. Warren Buffett, a big figure in the Midwest, has often said, you know, your success is what you say no to. And he says no to almost everything. And that those are the most successful people. Those are the people who really focus laser-like on what they do best. So I'm really excited about all your brainstorms, and I want, you know, goal setting theory says that you are more likely to follow through on something if you are specific, if you set a date. I don't love SMART goals, but it's good, you know, it's an okay metric of specific, memorable, actionable, realistic, and time bound. So on page 10 of your participant guide, we're bringing it home from our design to delivery. And if it is helpful, I do want to share this one slide that I have. It's a beautiful graphic from the Grove Institute. We'll give them a shout out. I shared it with the Vision and Mission group. If it is helpful in your group to sort of narrow down what you're working on, let me know, and I'm happy to send it. I like a visual. I have another visual of, you know, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. We could break it down into that, but I think having a visual helps summarize, like, what are the themes of what you talked about? What's the core theme in the middle? So maybe where the sun is the topic of your group. And what are the bold steps? What are the 5 bold steps that you want to take in order to get there? This, obviously, you're not going to fill all this out today, but if you want to work on something like this, I can leave it up. You can also do a screen grab if you want to copy it to work in your breakout rooms. But the way it's going to work is this. Doug is going to put you back in your groups for just 15 minutes. And on page 10, it's pretty simple. It is thinking about specific action steps and who is responsible for each step. So if it is, you know, we're going to have to go to the board to get approval for the bathrooms, well, who's going to do that? Who's going to do that and by when? Is it, I'm going to talk to Brad next week about getting on the calendar for the next board meeting, or I'm going to talk to Judy, who's here right now. Is the action step, you know, the technology already is working on the van, so you already have some things that are laid out here. But we want to have, you know, someone who's willing to take a role as a point person. We have the list of the members from the breakout rooms, but if you want to brainstorm, what are the decisions that have to be made? What are the resources that you need? And this isn't to say, you know, for the perfectionists out there, that if you don't get this done by the date you say you will, May 1st, that you have failed, but it just gives you a target to be specific about it. I think sometimes people get very frustrated when they come to meetings like this, and they're like, great, we brainstormed, we talked about our strengths, but brass tacks, you know, rubber meets the road, what are we going to do about it? So page 10, you have 15 minutes, and just make sure whoever's your recorder that you send this back to Brad so that he has a copy of it. And then once we come back, we're going to do a report, a summation. You're going to share any thoughts. We'll have a sort of collective, I like to call it a Quaker meeting, where people get to speak their thoughts, what they felt about the day. And we have one final video from a friend of the library. And we have a short evaluation so that we can see what you thought and how we can refine this for the future, and then we will let you go. But first, a little message from the KID president. Let me make sure that I've shared with my sound. I didn't, so that's why I'm glad all right, KID president.
Sit mindfully with your.
Oh no, don't do that. Here we go.
Sit mindfully with your spine straight and body relaxed. Are you ever nervous about trying something new because you think you can't do it? Instead of worrying, close your eyes and imagine someone you love encouraging you. Now talk to yourself in the same way. Use positive words. Tell yourself it's okay to try many times when doing something new. Think about the kind words you would say to a friend.
Okay, so does everybody know who Zofia is? Yeah, you all know. Okay, I adore her. She's lovely. So speak kindly to yourself as you go back into your breakout rooms. Doug, are you ready to
Yes,
send them
I'll be putting
away?
everyone in. And Shannon, just so you know, you're listed in one of the rooms, so you might get sucked in. Just so you know.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Dreams to action. Okay, Rebecca, which room are you in? Put on your sound, please. Which
I'm
one?
not certain. I had to step out, and so I missed a portion of the conversation. I was initially in the group that was with the mission and vision conversation.
And is that still interesting to you? What
Yeah,
what
that'd be
captivated
fine.
you?
That'd be great. Yeah.
Great, renewed mission. You're going on back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And Chris Singleton, are you still here? Chris Singleton? Okay. Chris Singleton, when he comes back, we'll go to renewed mission. Actually, I'll do the outdoor spaces. Shannon, are you talking to me?
I was saying to Mark, I'm loving the design.
Beautiful.
You know, the only thing I'm worried about now is if I have enough room left for the rest of the day on this page.
It's going to be pretty short. It's going to be wrap ups. We're going to do, people
Okay.
talking about their smallest thing they're going to do to drive action, any recognition, and then an evaluation, and one last video by the resident drag queen Deja. So leave some space for Deja. Deja's video
Gotcha.
is in the PowerPoint I sent you. And Deja is
Okay.
definitely a staple
good.
of the library. So Deja's Reading Rainbow is the kid story time that he
Love it.
they have been doing for the past 5 years. So it would be great to get a little. Yeah.
Is he the one that invented it? I mean, I've heard of this, that the
In
what
North
is it, like
Conway,
that,
New
you know?
Hampshire, I know someone who does it. It's everywhere. It works really well. Kids
Okay.
love drag queens.
They love drag queens.
The
Yeah.
drag queens are thrilled
That's
to not be
awesome.
around a bunch of drunk people screaming, "Have another cocktail."
I bet, right?
Have another juice box, kids. Have another juice box.
Right.
Tip your mother.
Right. That's great. All right, so that's cool. So I got enough room.
Yeah, I think you have enough room.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Shannon, I'm doing the fundraiser, and my author this week is actually someone I went to school with. She's a legal librarian, and her romance novels are steamy. And they sent her own theater. Oh, that's why she's frozen. Poor Shannon.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
This is Doug and I can. Hello, Dan.
I'm trying
How are
to get
you?
back into my breakout room.
Okay, I can help you with that. One moment.
Hey, I'm okay. I have a really unstable connection.
Yeah.
I think because my kids are here home at school
Got
upstairs,
it.
but I just got completely dumped out. I need to get back into the outreach.
Which is your
breakout
group?
room.
Outreach to community? There you go. Mark, just so you know, we lost Shannon again.
You still got me.
I will never leave
I'm
you.
still here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she wrote, if all else fails, just ask him to come off mute and share any reflections or gratitude for the day.
Right, and then I'll just capture that. That's fine too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if she gets back. Are you in DC too, or no?
No, I'm in New York City.
Oh, you are? Okay. Hey, where in New York do you live? I used to live there.
What? You didn't write? You didn't call?
I know, right?
I've
Well, I went
lived
to
all
school
over.
there. I was there forever. Yeah.
I've lived all over, but now I'm in Kips Bay. East side in the
Oh,
20s.
wow. All right. Yeah, yeah. It's a big old movie theater. I've seen tons of movies there.
Yeah, they are. That movie theater would love more people in there.
Yeah, I'm
They would love to see people in there.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. I'm sure they
Maybe
would.
soon.
I went to school there. I went to School of Visual Arts on 23rd Street, and I'm actually I might be older than I look.
I used to
just
live
turned
on
50
23rd
last year.
Street
Where on,
in Chelsea,
man, where on
right
23rd?
next to the High Line.
All right, good deal. Yeah. So
London Terrace.
so when I had an apartment, I lived on 19th between 5th and 6th. I used to work at Chelsea Frame.
I probably
So I
got
don't know
a
if you know
frame
that.
from you.
You might have at one point.
Shannon's trying
they're
to get
still
back
there.
because
They've moved around a bit.
Shannon's
okay.
power's back on. She's
Because
trying to
it-
get back in because she doesn't trust us.
Right.
Rude.
That's fine.
It is kind of exciting. He's like,
All right, I'm gonna
all right,
mute
I think
again.
I got to that slide in. All right,
Yeah.
she's back. Good. But I proved I could do it,
Right.
which has been what this
Yeah,
entire day
there
has
you
been
go.
about.
Well, we got what? We got 10 more minutes essentially, or 15 minutes to take it across the finish line, right?
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we could handle that if we had to. But I'm here in DC too. I mean, the weather's crazy. I don't know where in DC she lives, but it's disgusting outside right now.
Really? Oh, this is happening here in DC? Yeah, I guess you didn't go to Kansas for this to be on a computer.
Right.
Yeah, we had thunderstorms earlier. I could hear outside my window, but nothing now.
No, it's been gross here all day. I mean, I'm surprised actually that I haven't had to set up lights so you can see me, because this is still sunlight. Like the whole half of my here, I'll show you. Like I'm all windows. The other half.
I did not think you were at home. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I have some dear friends in DC who I wish I could be there with now and have a beer with you as well.
Oh yeah. Hey, look, I wish too. I
hope you get
was I saying it
statehood.
earlier? I'm still not vaccinated. Oh yeah, well that's part of it, right? So I'm not vaccinated yet. DC is, I think, as far as the I don't know, the math wise, we're being vaccinated as quickly as like Mississippi and Alabama, like the slowest places in the United States. Yeah, and it's basically because we're not a state, So
Right.
there's nobody on the federal level to advocate for us, so we get our. And then there's like the ones we get and the vaccines we get end up going to people that are, hey, she's back.
She's alive.
I'm alive.
Shannon, you are so responsible. You always do this during breaks.
You made it.
I know.
You made
I know,
it.
I'm really glad the power goes out during
You
breaks.
can compartmentalize anything.
Yeah, good times. Good times. Mark, do you want to say anything about what you're doing when we come back? And Doug, can you make me a co-host,
Can I? Hope
please?
In what regard? Is there something specific that you
You
think they
said-
need to be aware of? I mean,
Aaron, comment.
yeah, I could check in with them and say like, hey guys, what do you think? This is how far I got. Is there, hopefully you've all had an opportunity to look at it individually, and is there something I missed? Do you feel like there's something else I should represent here that hasn't been? I
Doug,
feel
I'm
like
not co-host.
I just reached out to Aaron to ask him to do it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you.
I feel like
think it's
Monday
good
morning
to-
when they get into work, they're gonna just go buy a van.
I know, right? Let's go buy a van
Yeah.
down by the river.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I can check in with them and see if there's anything else they want to add.
Yeah.
Make sure they took a look at everything.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm about to give them the 5-minute mark, Shannon.
Great. Logan Easeman.
Oh, Logan, need some help? Hi, Logan, need some help?
Hi, no, sorry, I'm switching from my phone back to my computer. I'm
Oh.
going back to my room.
You
No
got
worries.
it. Which one were you in?
The county library system one.
All right, off you go.
Thank you.
Okay, I just did the broadcast, Shannon.
Okay.
Mental note, next time I should be host,
Yeah.
or unless a thunderstorm comes through New York City and then the host is down.
Right.
This actually does work better, but
Yeah.
yeah, and you saw I texted Aaron to ask him to help.
Yeah.
Not the
And
dots
in the
are-
middle, when by the time it crashed, one of my kids almost broke the other one's finger, so that was good. That's good times.
Oh my gosh.
Never a dull moment. I thought I was like being entertaining, saying like, "Go get your hamsters," and they were like, "My hamster's better than your hamster."
All right, let me find out which room Aaron's in.
It's okay. He can do it. Well, yeah.
He also mentioned that other issue he was having.
Okay.
He's in renewed mission. I'm going to join real quick.
Okay. By the way, Mark, I loved your text message
I'm
with
back.
Zach Galifianakis is a great. Should play you in your life movie. It's perfect.
Or vice versa. I met his cousin. His cousin has a syndicated comic strip.
Oh yeah.
And he lives in Philadelphia. And I met his cousin. The second he saw me, he goes, "You look just like my cousin." And I was like, he looks like me.
Nice.
But then I started having these wonderful fantasies about, well, could I be his body double, like in a movie or a stand-in if he needs it? Like, wouldn't that be a great career?
They don't pay you that much, just so you know, as stand-ins.
Right. Well, then I think I made a better choice.
It's here to save you, Shannon.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Yay. Okay. Great.
She's got the power.
Please. Peace power. Stay on for the rest of this moment. The rest
got a
of the
half
day. I know. All right. So
Aaron, would you like me to send you back to your group? Oh, you did it. Good.
If you want a happy news story, Google unicorn stealing rescue dog. It's the most adorable story.
No.
Yeah, it's a dog that kept running into the dollar store to try to snuggle with this unicorn, this purple unicorn.
Oh.
And they'd try to lock the door, and then whenever anybody would leave, he would zip in. And so the police came to get him, and the police officer fell in love, and she bought him the unicorn. So,
That's adorable.
cute. It is.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
All right, and I'm going to very soon send them 1 minute for final thoughts.
Great.
And the message has been sent. And Senti, you all right? Do you need anything? She's gone? Okay. All right, 30 seconds till I close the room, and then they get 30 seconds after that. And yes, this is a Top Cat mug.
A top cat?
Top Cat.
Oh, wait. Let me see. Let me make you bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yay. I love that. I love that. That's cool.
Here we go.
Okay. Well, I'm certainly glad that I was not the one recording, because that would have messed up things.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, if you were the host, I think everybody would have been gone.
I know.
Whoops.
And we are back. We have summarily pulled you back into the main room. What's great is that my power keeps going out when everyone is in the breakout room, so I didn't miss you. All right. So I am so excited to have been able to take you through this day. We're getting near the end. We have got him. Yes, we got him. We have a couple of things left to do. One is just to say, don't forget, if you were the recorder, notes go to Brad. Next time we do this, we'll use a fancy Miro board and we'll write it all in one place, and we'll do it that way. That'll be our tech upgrade next time. We know from goal setting theory, which I said before, is if you write it down, if you are accountable to someone else, you're more likely to do it. And you've all been in these, breakout rooms and brainstorming for these action groups. But I would like to know, what's one small thing that you're willing to do how you'll use your strengths to drive change for the Lawrence Public Library. What is one thing you're going to do differently? And I'd love for you to type it in the chat panel. Now, maybe it's, I'm going to use my curiosity the next time a patron comes in, or in the next board meeting, I'm going to use my social intelligence to make sure everybody can speak. But I'd like to know, each one of you on this call, almost 100 people, if you all collectively did one small thing, what a ripple that would make. So take a minute and write it in the chat. Thank you, Adam, for starting us off. And Doug, if we can just mute everybody else.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Learn ASL to be more inclusive. That's amazing, Margaret. Wow, thank you. Integrate ideas, familiarize myself with books, talk to seniors, work with other departments, continue to lead with love, kindness, and humor. I love it. Refresh to be more creative, connect with coworkers, grow relationships. Thank you, Carrie. We're so glad to have you. Give direct props more often. Yes, Teresa, I love shout outs or direct props. Sometimes I call them, you know, in the, there's a phrase that I use called praise to the back. So when someone isn't there, you can share positive feedback about them. If they are there, celebrating their wins with them. We love love here. Yes. Good vibes vouchers. What are those, Brad? What's a good vibe voucher?
I'll let our folks who came up with the idea to explain it. They'll do better than me.
Yeah, what is it?
I could totally explain that. It's basically kind of like celebrating the wins, like that was mentioned just now. Just kind of recognizing a fellow coworker, seeing that they've worked harder if they assisted you on something, or even just being like, hey, you can use this piece of paper to cash in a 15-minute break so you could step away and, you know, take care of whatever you need to. Just kind of a way of, we have a bear that we give around once a month, and this is a more frequent way of recognizing somebody's hard work. Yeah.
That's awesome. But I do love the bear. I'm a big fan of bears. I still have the one I got in first when I was 5 years old. Appreciation of beauty and excellence. That's fantastic, Madeline. I love that as a strength. I talked to a teacher of mine who said, you know, I thought it was my top strength. And then my husband said, you remember what you said when we went to the Grand Canyon? She said, yeah, what? He said, you know, when we got there, she said, yeah, I got to the edge and I said, big, pretty, what's for lunch? So clearly appreciation of beauty and excellence was not her top strength. She just thought it would. Radical hope. That's fantastic. I love these. So I'd like you, if you want to, normally what we do when we're in person is we have a pass the mic and we let anybody, it's like a Quaker meeting, anybody who feels moved to speak will speak. So if there are any kudos or good vibes you want to share to your coworkers or colleagues for today, anything you want to share about the impact of today, we're just going to leave the floor open for comment. So feel free to come off mute and say whatever you like.
I think it today has been beneficial for the library as a community because I don't know. I work 3 hours a day in the morning or something, and I know my bosses, I should say, and the guys I work with mainly, and I got to see some familiar faces today. And I don't know, something we could work on as a community is just saying good morning or something to each other a little more. I think that's a good start for us.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I think we're doing good. Maybe we can make it a little better.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron. Thanks for kicking us off. What else?
Well,
I
I
mean,
would
Adam-
like to thank the staff for making Lawrence Public Library such an amazing place. I go to libraries all over the country, and I am committed to the belief that Lawrence Public Library is the best library in the country. And it's the staff that makes that possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
This is Joan Golden, and I wanted, I'll turn on my video. Still being active in an industry banking that has undergone tremendous change this year, as I think someone mentioned in a breakout group where they're just going to kiosks now. People aren't even coming into buildings anymore. We're doing everything digitally. And the video we watched at the beginning of the little public library that was doing so much, we talked about 2024, and that'll be 10 years that we've been in this building. And I think the groundwork that we've done today, pulling so many ideas together from this amazing staff and community members, I think we're just going to see more great things, because I've never been around a group of people that are so passionate about each other and the goals and what they want to provide for our Lawrence community. It's a very nice place to live, and we're lucky to be here. And so thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
I will second what Joan had to say. I've been involved with the library from a long time ago, back in the old building and the old board and everything else. And it's been so fun to watch the growth of the new building and the staff that you guys have put together and the culture that's been developed. The community is going to benefit for a long time because of this. And I know this little process we're going through today is going to help create some really strong goals and steps to go forward, and the community will benefit, not just the library, but the entire community. So thank everybody for their time and joining in, and for the passion and wanting to give not to just the library, but the community.
Thank you, Craig.
I'll jump in. This is Sean really quickly, and I'll just say that I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of different libraries in the area, and the thing that I'm always impressed about with this group is the innovation in terms of services and rethinking and the sort of almost entrepreneurial approach to trying to challenge yourselves to think outside the box relative to how to engage with the public. And every time I talk with you all, I'm always impressed with that. So kudos to you all.
Yeah, entrepreneurial approach. That's a great assessment. Yeah, so interesting.
I guess I'll throw out just, there's been lots of kudos for the staff, but I'd love to give kudos to really everybody who is not staff here, who gave up their entire day to be with us and give us advice and input. I mean, you've got business and board members and KU and Haskell, and I mean, such an incredible showing from the community, and that it really means a lot to us. So thank you.
Incredibly generous. Yeah. Thanks, Ransom. Nobody else I'd rather hang in for over a year planning an event for. I will say that when I started to interview people in October of 2019, I was like, are they really this high performing? Like, is there I always ask about strengths, but I thought maybe there's some skeleton. And, no organization is perfect, but I've worked with, companies all over the world. And I would say this is one of the highest performing groups I've ever gotten to work with. Usually they call me in when like things are really dysfunctional. So it's really exciting to work with a group that's so smart and passionate and engaged. And it's just such a treat, such a treat. So the community partners, the supporters, I was like, are they really going to show up for a whole day? And Brad was like, no, they love the library. They'll be there. So thank you. And that's why you come back. Absolutely. So it's been a real treat. I would love for you to just do a 2-minute survey, and then we have a very fun closing for you. This is the link. It's a little Survey Monkey just to get a pulse of like what worked today, what could work better. As you know, data is important, and you guys have committed a lot of your day to today. So we want to make sure that don't give it away. All right, I'm going to cut and paste this in the chat panel so that you have the survey link and you can just click on it. Clearly, typing
Got it.
skill. You got it? You're brilliant. Thank you, Doug. All right, so take 2 minutes and then we will close it. Give me a hand raise when you're done so I get a pulse. A hand raise if you can find your hand raise button. Thank you. Okay, we've got a lot of people. A lot of people to hand raise. Only a few people left. Okay. All right, we'll go with that. And you can take their hands down, Doug. And before we go to our final video and goodbye, I just want to say a special thank you to Mark Korsak, who has done an amazing job capturing our day visually. Yeah. Woohoo!
Yes, thanks. Thanks, everybody. I'd like to ask too, or hopefully that you've been kind of checking in with me for most of the day and seeing what I've produced, and if there's anything, again, I think I said at the top that I didn't capture that you feel is important that I should acknowledge. I still have a little bit of room down in the corner that I can add some stuff to if you want. But it's been a real pleasure to be here, and just like Shannon has said, you guys have been a fantastic group. I don't usually there's usually a lot more tension, or frustration in the room, or somebody who's a stick in the mud that drags everything down. But you guys have been fantastic and just throwing in a bunch of enthusiasm. And, what do we got? These are 4 foot by 8 foot sheets of paper. We filled 2 of them. So you got 64 square feet of ideas that you guys came up with today. So good on you too.
So Max Yoder says he just wants to get a sick dragon at the bottom of the painting, the bottom. So that's a shout out. So let me highlight it so you can see it. See it, a dragon at the bottom.
Yeah.
So he can't see the chat panel, so I'll have to. Erica wants to put those on the walls by the staff bathrooms. Or Frankie says a dragon reading a book. More dragons. Second on the dragon. A rainbow dragon, says Rachel. A rainbow dragon.
All right.
Keep it on brand. Polly is a rainbow dragon on brand. Yes. Okay. And some fire coming out of the dragon's mouth. A Jane Austen dragon. Okay. We're gonna make it really hard for you at the end, Mark.
We have a very specific brand here. A rainbow dragon, a sick rainbow dragon with sick fire coming out of its mouth, reading a book, a dragon sandwich. This is so funny.
You guys are hilarious. This is why I love you. Okay, I'm going to let Mark do his magic, and we'll take it out with a farewell from one of your favorite library fans. And I'm going to make sure that I'm sharing sound, optimizing for video. Here we go.
Is this thing on? Is it recording? Oh, hello there, everyone. It's me, Deja Brooks, coming to you live, loud, and proud from my living room. Well, not so much live because it's pre-recorded and you're seeing it 2 days later, but nonetheless, loud and proud. That's right, I'm coming to you loud and proud to talk to you about the importance of our library, not only what it means to me, but to our amazing community. Now picture it. 5 years ago, a certain drag queen received an email from a library staff asking if they would be interested in hosting a drag queen story time. You see where this is going, don't you? Well, here we are. This June, we'll be celebrating 5 years of Deja's Reading Rainbow. Celebrating, that's right, story times about diversity and acceptance and love and families and rainbows, but mostly about being true to yourself and being you. Oh my gosh, it gets me every time I talk about it. The fact that the library has opened its doors to a safe place, allowing story times like this to happen, truly is commendable. So big round of applause for all of our library staff and our supporters and our board members and our volunteers for making the library a safe place for everyone involved. So that's right. Keep clapping. That's right. Oh my gosh, stop it. You guys are great. Now, the fact that our library has so many resources, from recording studios to computer labs to being able to check out ebooks to renting movies to newspapers to magazines, anything you need, the library can help you with. If that's resources throughout the community, they can help you with that as well. So the fact that our roof is so big and houses so many important things to our community is amazing. One of my favorite books that I absolutely love reading is called Only One You. And I'll be reading this on Sunday, April 18th at 3:30 via Facebook Live for Deja's Reading Rainbow. But one of the sentences in the book really stands out to me. It says, no matter how you look at it, there is so much to discover. One more time for the back row. No matter how you look at it, there's so much to discover. And that is so true about our library. It doesn't matter how you look at it, there truly is so much for you to discover within our walls, as well as outside of our walls. The library does so many programs and outreach programs and provides support and instruction, but goodness, I'm on take 83 trying to record this for you guys. And if only I had Kathy Hamilton to write my script, I would be golden. But let me tell you, this is what it boils down to. The library is already doing so much amazing work for our community. The message that they spread and the support that they provide is so amazing. Wouldn't it be cool if they had, let's say, a mobile bookmobile, a mobile bookmobile? That's not even what I'm trying to say, but a bookmobile that travels around our community that provides resources or allows kiddos to have library cards or take story times on the road. Who wouldn't love to have Deja's Reading Rainbow come to their driveway and read some amazing books? That all can happen with your support. And so the fact that you are here today, opening your minds to what our library already does, but what our library can do for our community is so commendable. So, big round of applause for you, for our library staff, for our board of directors, for all of our volunteers, and to our community that supports and nourishes the growth in what we have. So thank you. Thank you for letting me ramble on for 4 minutes and 35 seconds, 36 seconds, 37 seconds. But again, it really comes down to just continuing to educate, provide outreach, and support everyone in our community. So, peace, be kind to one another, and I will see you at our next Deja's Reading Rainbow on Sunday, April 18th at 3:30 p.m. via Facebook Live.
Okay. Brad, do you want to take us home?
Yes, please. I would love that. And those who know I talk a long time, I promise we'll be done before 4. I got 4 minutes. I will try not to take all of those. I just wanted to say how thankful I am. Deja is we wanted that to be kind of a capstone. Just Brandon and Deja both do so much for this library, and they're just so thankful. And that just difficulty to say it. 83 takes, and and it's hard to put into words. I think how a lot of us feel about this place. I certainly am similar in that, and I'm thankful for all of the folks who do not work at LPL that have taken their time with us today. It's a long day, and it's so important, and we're thankful for that. And to staff, I just want to say, gosh, this reminds me of when we used to be able to all be together in all staff space, and I look forward to that again. I'm just trying to think how we hold this space, like seeing the way that everybody, when we bring all of our brains together, it's magical. And it's really hard to do. Like, how do you keep all of these brains in this space when we've got all of the disparate work that we do? But trying to find time to do that and making the time for it, I think, is so important. So thank you. I've loved hearing all of the ideas that people have had, and just engaging with this day. I'm so thankful to Shannon for being on this incredibly long journey through a pandemic. We were going to do this April of last year, as you may recall. So thankful to Mark and his beautiful images. Doug has been masterful producer, and it has been a joy to meet Doug as we are preparing for this. I'm so looking forward to him leaving New York City for Lawrence. Just let us know. We'll give you a soft landing here. Everybody who has worked on all this, are everything that Aaron has done, everything you all have done. I'm gonna not thank everybody appropriately, but I'm just I'm super thankful for this day, and I hope that you have enjoyed it, and that trying to really focus on our strengths and using appreciative inquiry, I think is what our organization is about. I think that we figure out how we use all of our individual strengths to be our very best, and we have so many of them. How do we put us all into space where we're not doing work because we have to, we're doing it because we want to. And when we can achieve that at our highest yield, that's where we really shine. 3:59. Okay. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you very much. I'm sure I missed something.
No, it was perfect. It was perfect. I love that we have a graphic image of you, we have a graphic image of Deja, and we have the dragon. So Mark, can we get can you move your close up? Oh, the dragon with a book.
Oh my God.
That's amazing. I love it. And we got to sneak a teddy bear in there too, right?
That's
we got to get a teddy bear. Oh my gosh, Deja and the dragon. I love it. That's beautiful. That's pretty.
Rainbow dragon reading a
Rainbow
book. Smoking.
Thank you so much for all of your hard work today, and we so appreciate it. The work will continue with the working groups, and we'll communicate with you later how that's going to happen. So thanks for all your hard work, everybody. Have a great night. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, Shannon, I got a question before you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
Deja, is it D-A-J-I?
D-E-J-A.
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 Sure.
Thank you, Hazlitt. I secretly want your name.
Yep.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
All right. Take
Nice
care, everybody.
dare, Josh.
Thank you.
You can still be seen.
Thanks, Sharon. Or Sharon.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Whatever, Polly. You can call me whatever you want.
Sharon. I'm going to call you Sharon forever.
Okay. I don't know what a chef's kiss is, Ilka, but I'll take it. What? Oh, yeah. Okay, I like it.
It's a little kiss from Gregor Brun.
Oh, thank you, Gregor. Oh, adorable. Bye, Josh and the bear. So we're gonna get. You might have to explain what the bear is so that Mark gets it on the picture, Brad. What is the bear?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, our bear.
Tell me.
Oh, Josh is holding it. Oh wait, let me pin Josh. Are you still there, Josh? Okay, I'm gonna pin you.
This is my personal.
No, that's
bear.
his bear.
Oh, okay.
Erica has the bear right now. We once a month, roughly, a staff member gets the bear. The staff members pass it from one to another. So you get the bear, and you get a reserved parking spot with the bear. And then you get to choose who the bear goes to next. And then pre-COVID, we would have a ceremony in person. Now it's gone a little bit virtual, but it's just something that staff can pass along to one another once a month.
Gotcha.
And it's always a lovely ceremony, passing it from person to another, and they have little adornments. He's somewhere around.
Josh, all that
I'll add him.
and a bag of chips. I love it. Thank you. And the chips. The wavy. Brilliant.
And Shannon, I'm guessing you're gonna. I was trying to save the chat file, and it's not letting me. It's not successfully doing that. So I'm guessing you guys are going to capture all of that chat.
Aaron,
Brad,
can
if you
save
go
the
to-
I should have it.
Yeah, Aaron can save the
Aaron's
chat.
got it great.
Yeah, on our test run, the chat file was part of the recording in our cloud storage. I'll go ahead and save it out right now, just in case. And since the official event is over, I'm going to end our live stream. Goodbye, live stream.
On time. Brad Allen, bringing us